where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, based on the nomination by the communication from the President, we have before us today Honorable Kwame Governors Agboja as Minister Designate for Roads and Transports, Roads and Highways. Thereafter, we shall have Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Minister Designate for Education, and Honorable Eriko Poku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture. Honorable members, we've agreed to start the day with Honorable Governor Kwame Agboja. Clerk, may you invite him to take the seat. Clerk of the committee, may you proceed to conduct the swearing in for the nominee.
I hereby.
Honorable nominee, your microphone, please.
I, Governor Kwame Agboja,
Swear by the Almighty God.
swear by the Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue.
touching the matter in issue
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the true whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable members, may I find out from my ranking member whether he has opening remark.
Chairman, rightly so. I have some opening remarks to make on behalf of the minority caucus. First, we congratulate our colleague on his nomination, and also to say that we have noticed from the communication coming from the presidency that this time the letter was duly signed by Mr. President himself. Suffice to state that there is no cabinet yet. So we want to draw the attention of Mr. President that in his letter, since there is no cabinet, he couldn't have copied secretary to cabinet. And we noticed from the letter that is copied the Vice President, Jubilee House, the Chief of Staff, Jubilee House, and also the Secretary to Cabinet. There is none. Having said that, Chair, we also would want to express a view on some 3 important national issues.
Honorable Ranking, I recognize point of order.
The Constitution makes provision for a cabinet, and then it makes provision for appointing ministers to fill the cabinet. So the cabinet exists as an institution and has its secretary as ministers are being appointed to that cabinet. So you cannot say that because the cabinet, which is made up of the ministers, is not yet fully constituted, that there is no secretariat, that there is no secretary to cabinet. I've worked at the office of the president before, and I know that there's an office there that is the cabinet's office that would usually have a secretary. And for records purposes, documents have to be copied them so that they keep the records. So please, this level of trying to belittle everybody and create an impression that people don't know what they are about must stop. And secondly, I see that you're about to read a copious press conference, and I have an objection to that pursuant to order 2671 and 2.
Honorable Ayarga, your first point is well taken.
Yes.
We cannot preempt what he will say in his remaining remarks that he will have to do. So I agree with you that cabinet exists as an office, so in the Constitution, and whatever letter that you are writing, at least you should make provision for a copy to be given to that particular office. So, Honorable Ranking Member, may you proceed, Chairman, with your...
Chairman,
are you on a point of order?
Yes, please. On what Honorable Ayarga said.
What is your point of order?
Yes, let me refer to my colleague to Article 76 of the Constitution on the establishment of a cabinet. It says that there shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the President and Vice President and not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state. 2. The cabinet shall assist the President in the determination of general policy of the government. 3. Talks about there shall be a secretary to the cabinet who shall be appointed by the President. As we speak, all appointments duly made by the President has been communicated to the country. We don't know of any appointed secretary to the cabinet as envisaged under the Constitution. So if a letter is written to the Speaker and copied to the Secretary to the Cabinet, who is unknown, so it's right for the leader, minority leader, to have raised that. We don't have a Secretary to the Cabinet duly appointed in accordance with the Constitution. We don't have to. We know there's a Secretariat, but who is the Secretary to the Cabinet? Who was copied? So let's agree and move. We are talking about the Secretary to the Cabinet who was copied in the...
Honorable members, I think from the discussion, the Constitution is very clear that there shall be a cabinet, there shall be a secretary. And if cabinet exists and a letter is written, copied cabinet, I do not see anything wrong if such a letter is copied to that particular institution. I think it is in line with our normal practice that a copy of the letter. So, honorable members, can we make progress? Is it on the same issue? No, honorable Whip, I do not think we should spend so much time on this issue. I am minded to give the floor to the ranking member
we are
to
not going
proceed.
to spend too much time. Just an observation.
Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip,
Speaker,
I am minded to give the floor to your leader
yes, my leader
to proceed
will speak,
with
but I have
his
an observation
comment.
to make, pursuant to what the Honorable Mama Erica said.
Honorable Chief Whip, I am minded to give the floor to minority leader
no,
to
Speaker, are you
proceed.
saying you allow me to speak? Is that it?
You will speak later.
No, I want to speak
leader.
now. I insist I speak
Minority
now.
leader,
no,
proceed.
It's important I speak. It's important. It's important. Yeah, so you should listen to me.
You didn't say you want to speak on the point of
But you should listen to me first. No, you raise a matter which is not right.
Mr.
Speaker, we cannot begin on this note. He made a point. If you just tolerate me just a minute, leader. He made a point that.
Honourable members, can we make progress?
Minority leader. No, I insist. I need to say this. He made a point.
Honourable members, can we make progress?
Belittle. No.
Honourable minority leader, you have the floor.
Us. We are members of this committee. Respect us. Respect my opinion. Listen to me. What? No, what is that? What? I respect the chair.
Honourable members,
I do respect the chair.
Honourable members,
She also respects
I intend to manage the proceedings today. Having taken a point of order,
yeah, so
I have given the opportunity to my left side to also come in, and after that I do not want us to engage in a banter on a preliminary issue. That is why I pleaded with you that let's give the floor to the minority leader to proceed.
I concede.
Because
going forward,
taking you, I'll have to take some from here, which would involve, you understand? So,
Speaker, no, please.
Put off your mic. That's why you should respect him. Who take this here?
Why? If for nothing at all,
Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Everybody will talk.
No, let us try and tolerate
So
each
if we all
other.
put on our mics, if we all put on our mics, what is going to happen?
What is all
if
this?
you had allowed me, just a minute.
Yes, we would have
But
gone
you were allowed.
forward.
You should be allowed. I should not be allowed.
honorable members, order.
Put up your mic. Then I'll give you the
Honorable members, order.
Is it deliberate?
I do not think we should be debating point of order. A point of order has been raised, and I've created the opportunity to my left side for a response. And once a response has been given to the point of order, we should proceed. So, Honorable Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Speaker, is it the case that you won't listen to me? If it's the case that you won't listen to me, that's fine. I'll give it to you.
Mr. Speaker,
but my colleague, my senior colleague,
I think he doesn't have the floor.
Use the word.
He's been disruptive. He's been undisciplined. He's been disruptive and undisciplined.
Respected minority leader.
Look, we need
Mr. Chairman, to belittle.
We need to understand that this is an extension of
you shouldn't be allowed to be using those words on the minority
This is an
leader.
extension of
It's most
Parliament.
unfair.
He
It's
ought
not
to
fair.
understand that. He's been a member of this party
It's
for
not
more
fair.
than... He was out of the floor. You didn't give him the floor yet.
You not have the floor.
He's just been disruptive and doesn't have the floor either.
You see, the minority leader has the floor. So please, Honorable Chief Whip, just give the minority leader the opportunity to this thing.
Speaker, you know, in this house, I respect you a lot. If it is the case that you are insisting that I shouldn't speak, I should defer to my leader, fine. The point I really wanted to make, a word used by Honorable
Chief Whip,
saying that the
Honorable Chief Whip,
he used that word. It should not be
Honorable Chief
entertained.
Whip,
No.
Honorable Chief Whip,
Well,
the floor is given to the minority leader on whose behalf you want to speak, and I believe he will deal with the issue. That is why I'm pleading with you that let's give the floor to the minority leader. Yes.
Honorable Chair, I think we on this committee, we try to respect each and everybody's view. There's something that we need to observe here. Let's try as much as possible to be tolerant to what we have been tolerant over the years. But why is it that this time around you want to gag and you don't want us to say what we have to say? Oh, no, please. Why, if you are not given opportunity for people to express themselves, this is the floor of Parliament.
Honorable Deputy Leader, with all due respect, I am to manage the affairs today. A point of order is not supposed to be debated. So a point of order has been raised, and I have given an opportunity to the other side for a response. Are we going to debate the point of order? It is on that basis that I was with a view that once we have taken a response to the point of order, the member speaking should be given the opportunity to continue.
Mr. Chair, if there's a serious concern, obviously you should allow it to be expressed here. You should listen to each other. Please.
Speaker, listen to it. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Honorable Minority Leader, you may please proceed.
So, Chairman, as was earlier observed, I need to reiterate on behalf of the Minority Caucus that we are pleased that upon raising constitutional objections to the earlier communication from the presidency, the right thing has been done. This time around, Mr. President himself has signed the letter, which letter is dated the 16th of January 2025, signed by himself with his full name. However, we are concerned about some other matters contained in the letter, one of which is the fact that this letter has been copied to the Secretary to Cabinet Office, Jubilee House, Accra. In view of Article 76, 77 of the Constitution, which I hereby, with your leave, proceed to read. 76(1), quote, "There shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the President, the Vice President, and not less than 10 and not more than 90 ministers of state." 76(2), "The Cabinet shall assist the President in the determination of general policy of the government." 76(3), "There shall be a Secretary to the Cabinet who shall be appointed by the President." Mr. Chair, in our view as minority, there must first be a cabinet. Here we are. We've only considered 3 nominees. Today, we are proceeding with the second batch of nominees. In fact, none of the nominees earlier interviewed has had a report duly moved on the floor to be taken, approved, and to be sworn in. We have become aware that Mr. President has appointed his secretary. We have become equally aware that Mr. President has appointed his chief of staff. We have become aware that Mr. President has appointed an advisor, a security advisor, to his office. These are matters of constitutional importance. There is no such cabinet yet. You cannot place something on nothing. It will fall. That is a rule. The Constitution provides for a cabinet, and we agree that that cabinet would have a secretariat. But there is no such cabinet in place, and the president has not even announced the appointment of a secretary to cabinet yet to be formed. So, Mr. Chair, we insist that this is being done in good faith. It's our duty as a minority to point out some of these things to government. We do not do this to obstruct government. In fact, for the records, this is the first time that major appointments, nominations, are being considered expeditiously, because our side is of the view that the government must be in shape to get the country moving. We don't want the country to be run by civil servants at the various ministries. It's the reason why we are cooperating with government. Chairman, our second observation that has to do with a matter of national importance. And this matter is rooted in the case of Theophilus Donko versus the Attorney General,
Mr. Chairman.
Decided on the 12th of June 2019.
Point of order.
And it was a matter that my respected colleague Godwin Eduji Tamaklu did at the Supreme Court. The background to this matter...
Mr. Point of order.
The background to this matter...
Mr. Chairman. Point of order.
It's as a result of...
Point of order.
Some revocation of appointments that took place in 2017. In the view of Mr. Eduji Tamaklu, certain chief executives who were appointed by the government, and for that matter, they were under Article 191 and 195, ought not to be sacked by mere operation of a change of government. This is what
Chairman, I have a point of order.
The court said. Okay, sure. All right. Chairman, if you want to...
I recognize Honorable Yarega on a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, the standing orders of the Republic of Ghana makes provision for the establishment of committees, subcommittees, ad hoc committees, and etc. And then it provides for the scope of deliberation of committees. Scope of deliberation of committees. Everybody open your standing orders, look at order 267. Everybody, please. I don't want us to sound like we're just being difficult. Open your standing orders. Let's read together. Order 267. 1 of 267 says that in the exercise of the oversight function of a committee, the committee may consider a matter within its mandate. A matter within its mandate. Number 1. Number 2, 2672 says that where the Speaker refers a matter to a committee, the deliberations of that committee shall be confined to that matter. Shall be confined to that matter. The Speaker has referred to us the nomination of Honorable Abuja for the post of Minister for Roads. And he is before us for vetting. Our mandate is to stick to the nomination and processing, questioning him, and etc. What has that got to do with a case that Eduji has initiated? Are you getting the point? And that relates to the appointment of chief executives. Are we considering the nomination of chief executive before this committee? No. Are we processing any chief executive before this committee? No. So how does the issue of how chief executives are dismissed, how they are appointed, the proper subject of this committee's deliberation this morning? You see, we cannot, every morning that we come here, turn this platform into a press conference. We cannot do that. It cannot be tolerated. It cannot be encouraged. When somebody objects, then you say that we're trying to be difficult. Please, we're all decent gentlemen and women here. Let's keep to our mandate. We are here to consider the nomination of 3 nominees that are before us. Let's stick to that. National issues, so what is not a national issue? Whether there's a toilet in my village, it's a national issue. Whether there's water flowing in my hometown, it's a national issue. Because everybody can decide what he defines as a national issue. But we're not saying that it is not even a national issue. We're saying that by our own standing orders, it is not a matter properly before us as a committee. And we are not mandated as a committee to consider it. Please, you are a senior lawyer. You are a senior lawyer. Read these standing orders. They are very clear.
Honorable members, a point of order has been raised. I am minded to take a response from my left side. So, Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairman, thank you for tolerating me. And I listened to our colleague, our senior colleague, Nwabo Ayariga, when he copiously referenced the orders. And Speaker, if you want to proceed on that tangent, if you are going by Order 217, I mean, in this strict sense, no, I'm referring to 217. If you are going by the strict interpretation of the orders, we don't even have our mandate to be vetting our honorable nominee. It's unfortunate this is happening whilst the nominee is here, because 217, there is inherent subject matter committee. And these committees have not been constituted yet. So if you are doing a strict interpretation of the rules, then we are not even qualified to be here. Speaker, Chairman, what the leader said is wrong. The deputy, the leader, the minority leader is seeking to raise a national issue. And it will not lie in your mouth to gag him. Earlier on, would you listen to me? Mr. Chairman, earlier on he used the word that the leader he comes here every morning seeking to belittle and also use this as a platform to make all sort of commentaries. We think it's most unfair. He should be tolerant a bit. Speaker, the point I'm essentially making... Would you listen to me? Would you listen to me?
Honorable members, order.
Chairman, so let's go.
Let there be order. Honorable members.
Speaker, it's interesting he's going by a strict interpretation of the rules.
Well,
then let's
Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, hold it.
But I'm not members, I hope you come back.
Yes, honorable members, let me inform you that we have the presence of the marshal here. I don't want the situation to get to that level, particularly the non-members of the committee. So let's observe some order.
Now, with respect, I'll just conclude. I'll just conclude on this matter. On the matter raised by our colleague, he should just be tolerant. And earlier on, they tried to preempt even what he was going to say, which was out of place.
Well, Speaker, Honorable Chief, are you done?
I'm just concluding.
Okay.
So I'm saying that if we are going to go, mind you, we are masters of our own rules. If we are going to go by a strict interpretation of the orders, then let's refer to Order 217, Subject Matter Committee. No, it wasn't waived. It was not. So let's go by strict interpretation. Then this committee is not properly constituted.
We're not in the house.
If we are going by a strict interpretation of the rules. So Speaker, our colleague is incoming.
You are not even supposed to be.
Our colleague is incoming. He has not come yet. He's incoming. He should be tolerant and listen to the minority.
Address the chair.
Your chair, he's incoming. He hasn't come yet. He should tolerate the minority leader and listen to him. Allow the minority leader to raise all the relevant national issues.
Honorable Muntala Mohammed, I can hear you loud and clear. Wait for you to be given the floor.
Speaker, that'll be all. That'll be all.
Thank you very much. You see, honorable members, we all know, given the exigency of time, we rely on Order 3 to do certain things in the House. This morning, I have before me from the minority chief whip that Honorable Osei Nyako, Honorable Kofi Mafu are admitted as the subject matter committee members on rules and highways. Honorable members, let us not create the impression to the general public that we are not complying with Order 217. Order 217 has been complied with. Equally, I have the list of the members from the majority side on the subject matter committee members. The impression is created in the general public that admitting these people, they are friends to the committee and they are not supposed to ask questions. Let us not give credence to that kind of misinterpretation. I am placing it on record that we have the subject matter committee members sitting here. I can move further on education. We have Honorable Dr. Educhum and Honorable Ntim Fojo as the subject matter committee members. Now, on Agric, we have Honorable Brian Achampong and Honorable Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku. So clearly, we have the respective subject matter committee by the list that I have received. So I find it very difficult to take the point that we do not have the subject matter committee members here. So,
Mr. Chairman,
you don't have the floor, Honorable Brian Achampong. So, on this note, what I intend doing is that if there is a point of order, I will give room for a response to the point of order. I do not expect a point of order being taken to the response or the clarification that I am making. So in my humble view, you are out of order. I want to give the floor to the minority leader to proceed, taking a cue from the objection raised. Well, honorable members,
Mr. Chairman,
he has not responded. So he should be given the opportunity to respond so that if there is a need to give a ruling, I'll proceed to give the ruling accordingly.
Thank you, Chairman. In responding to the objection by my respected colleague, Honorable Mahama Yariga, I shall first lay the foundation of the issue I was raising, and I shall catapult him into giving him a reasoned response, which response I believe, Mr. Chair, will lead to you dismissing his objection. Mr. Chair, the Supreme Court, speaking through His Lordship Kote.
Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. The entire House is expecting me to give a ruling on the point of order raised, having listened to both sides. So if you want something to add to the point of order being raised, you are entitled to do so. Else, let me deliver a ruling on the issue.
Chairman, with respect, he raised a point of order against me. And I've told you that with your leave, I shall respond. And I will lay a foundation to my response to enable you appropriately determine the matter. And I believe that if that is done, the entire committee will know that his objection was indeed not founded on any law. In relying on the Supreme Court decision, which decision I have already quoted, and the Supreme Court, speaking through my Lord Kote, paragraph 3.7, all the way to paragraph 4. I read, the Republic of Ghana is the sole majority or significant shareholder in a number of companies. These include Ghana Airport Company Limited, GCB Limited.
Honorable Minority Leader, the point of order for consideration is that Order 267 is clear. When a matter is referred to a committee, the committee must confine itself to the matter before the committee. The issue that you are raising relating to a Supreme Court judgment doesn't relate to the matter referred to the committee. So what the committee will have to consider is whether or not, having regard to the nominee before us, the issue that you are raising relates to that subject matter. Because the referral is for us to vet the nominee. The issue you are raising has to do with the appointment of chief executives. So if you want to respond, honorable members, order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, can you listen to the chair in silence? So your response Speaker, to the point of order should take into consideration.
Allow the leader to speak.
Should take into consideration.
Chairman, you need to allow the leader to speak. I mean, it's total disagreement with you. Chairman, no. I'm not disrespecting. I will not disrespect him. Allow the man to make his point. At least, let him speak. Take 10 minutes. Let him speak. We were here, we observed.
You were not recognized by the chair.
I am not a first timer on this committee.
You were not recognized.
We observed what you did. We observed what you did. We observed what Honorable Atufosi did. The man wants to make his point. These are introductory remarks about tolerance. These are just introductory remarks.
You keep making this point about tolerance. This introductory remarks, you can't take it. You are not respecting the chair.
Kofi, have you been recognized?
Respect the chair.
Kofi, have you been recognized, Kofi?
You know it. You know I respect the chair.
You have not been recognized and you are equally interfering. It's not right.
Honorable members, as the chair of the committee, a point of order has been raised within the meaning of our own standing orders. I'm therefore calling for a response in line with the point being raised.
At paragraph 3.7, quote, the Republic of Ghana is a sole majority or significant shareholder
Have you ruled on the matter?
in a number of companies.
Honorable members,
Include Ghana Airport Limited.
honorable members, it appears the ranking member is not taking the guidance provided. The guidance is to the effect that a point of order has been raised to a specific issue supported by our own standing orders. I am not aware of these particular standing orders being waived. I am looking for a response to the point of order. But if he insists on going on without responding specifically to that particular issue, honorable members, this is my ruling.
Chairman, you can't. Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, with the greatest respect, I am as human as you are. The honorable member who raised the objection against me, as we are told, is going to be our new leader. He and I are going to work together. He knows as a matter of fact. Very well, then I'll withdraw that. That's okay, that's all right, no problem. With the greatest, that's okay, that's okay. That's all right, that's all right. No problem. Chairman, I was giving my opening remarks. He's raised an objection to an aspect of the submission contained in my opening remarks. I am responding to him. My response to his objection is as of right. The chair must listen in silence to my response and thereafter make a ruling. Indeed, in silence. The chair must listen to my response. Mr. Chair, there's something that is very clear. When Honorable Ayariga had the opportunity, we all went quiet. My side, not a single soul opened his mouth because we felt he was raising a point that would require us to respond. We kept quiet. It is our turn to speak. We should be allowed to make our point. I'm responding to his point of order, and I've said I shall rely on a Supreme Court ruling to lay the foundation and use that to catapult the actual response. And so I should be allowed. And I have quoted the law, and I'm relying on the paragraph. Let me finish reading. When I finish, yes, don't worry. Don't worry. So let me finish. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I need to finish. I need to finish. So the Republic of Ghana is a sole majority or significant shareholder in a number of companies. These include the Ghana Airport Company Limited, GCB Bank Limited, Coil Limited, State Housing Company Limited, and National Investment Bank Limited. These are not statutory boards or corporations. They are limited liability companies incorporated under the Companies Act. Some are listed on the stock exchange. Upon purposive interpretation,
I recognize Honorable Amaboa on a point of order.
Oh, when I'm responding to a point of order, Chairman, wait. Chairman, you are a man of procedure.
I am responding to 267 of our standing orders. The deliberations this morning must be centered around our mandate. And our mandate this morning is to vet the Minister for Roads and Highways nominee, and all questions that is coming from the minority or the ranking member must be related to roads, relevant to roads and highways. And so, Chairman, I'm calling on you to rule, respectfully, rule the ranking member that is completely out of order.
Well, I believe the issue being raised by the Deputy Majority Leader is on point of relevance. I would urge the ranking member to take it into consideration in his response.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chairman. I continue. Some are listed on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Upon purposive interpretation of Section 14 of Act 845, we hold that members of the governing boards of these companies and chief executives are not affected by Section 14 of Act 845. Members of the boards and chief executives of such companies shall only be removed in accordance with the articles of incorporation of the Company and the Companies Act 1963. Section 14 and
Majority Leader, are you on point of order?
Governing bodies.
Or point of information, or you want to interrupt? On point of order. Very well. Your interruption is let's accommodate it.
Okay, no problem.
Mr. Chairman, we have traveled this road before. This will not be the first time we will vet a nominee. This will not be the end. And Mr. Chairman, at all times, we are guided by our standing orders. Our standing orders on this matter is so clear. Mr. Chairman, the orders of this House is clear that any time a committee, a matter has been referred to a committee, the committee must concentrate and deal with the matter before the committee. The minority leader is bringing in matters that relate to appointment and dismissal of chief executives. It has nothing to do with the matter before us. Mr. Chairman, this cannot be tolerated. This cannot be tolerated. The majority leader, the minority leader can, at all times, address the media or use other tools available to him as the minority leader to address his concerns. But he cannot use this platform to address matters that are irrelevant to what is before us. What he's talking about, Mr. Chairman, is irrelevant to the matter before us. And so we cannot entertain it. Mr. Chairman, I urge you to rule him completely out of order. He is out of order. Please rule him out and let's deal with the matter before us.
Chairman, a reply.
Rule him out because what the matter before us has nothing to do with what he's asking, what he's reading. There are other tools he can use. Parliament will be sitting tomorrow. He can come in a form of a statement or whatever he wants to do. But as we sit here, we are here to vet the minister responsible for roads. The minister responsible for roads. Let's deal with the matter. The man has been sitting here for how long? For 1 hour, dealing with preliminary issues. This is not the platform, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, be strong and do your job.
Mr. Chairman.
Honorable members, I will recognize you. Honorable members, Honorable Brian Achampong, with all due respect, you are not a subject matter committee member for the appointment committee in relation to roads and highways. Therefore, you do not have the right and you cannot be given the platform to speak. I am told by the list provided by the whip to the effect that you should be recognized as a subject matter committee member for agric. And I'm exactly going to give you the floor when you get to the vetting of agric. The composition of the appointment committee is by standing order 217. It is clear that the committee is made up of 11 members and the committee should be assisted by leadership of the subject matter committee. So once the minister designates before us, is for roads and highways. The list submitted to me by the minority side to be the subject matter committee leadership members is what I am going to go by. That is why I have not given the floor to Muntala Mohammed to speak. Thank you very much. So all the other members should take notes accordingly. Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very happy that our honorable leader, the outgoing leader of the majority side, mentioned the fact that the issues that are being raised relates to appointment of chief executives and everything. Our committee's name is Appointment Committee. If there are issues, no, let me tell you, not just whether ministers or not. What I believe that we need to be tolerant with each other. Let people, it's a preliminary issues that he's raising, and he should be given the chance. If there are some flaws in appointments, I think that one we should listen to. You cannot rule him out.
I recognize Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, first of all, there's no rule of this House that demands that the ranking member to the appointment committee must necessarily and willingly deliver an opening remark. It is not binding at all times. So if the invitation is a courtesy, if he continues to abuse the courtesy, it has to be withdrawn. And he's aggressively abusing this courtesy in a very prolonged manner. So I suggest that that courtesy be withdrawn. So we deal with the matter at hand. If he gets his turn to ask questions, he could frame the issues he's raising in the form of a question directed at the nominee. If the nominee is minded, he will respond. If it's not, he may not answer. Look, in Boifio versus NTHC, where a procedure is provided for a thing to be done, it is that procedure that must be applied. He's using the wrong forum to deal with the matter that he thinks strongly about. He should go to court. This is not the forum convenience. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman.
Let me hear from the ranking member on roads and highways.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, well, this is my first time joining the committee for the vetting of the nominee. I don't want to think and I don't want to believe that this is exactly what happens when the committee meets to vet. I believe all of us are members of parliament, and at a point in time we have to accommodate each other. I've seen the back and forth. We've been spending almost an hour going back and forth. I would suggest it's your ranking. He is deputizing you. Just give him, well, whether yes, he is assisting, whether he's deputizing or assisting him. That is the ranking. He's a very important member of the committee. And I will plead with you, Mr. Chairman, if it is 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we have been raising points of order back and forth on this matter. Just give him 5 minutes to wrap up and let us move on. Other than that,
well, honorable members,
yes.
I've listened to all of you, and I'm inclined to say that it is trite learning. When a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, it is that procedure alone that must be used in exercising the right. He mentioned the case of Boifio versus NTSC. I want to add the principles established in the case of Ashcamp versus Karam. It is also true that when a matter is referred to the committee must limit itself to the referral. The referral to the appointment committee has nothing to do with the appointment of chief executives. I believe it is for a stated reason that the framers of the Constitution does not allow chief executives to be vetted by Parliament. It is for a stated reason that our standing orders do not allow vetting of the chief executives. So any issue relating to the appointment of chief executives, it is not a matter for consideration by the appointment committee. I would therefore urge upon the ranking member not to introduce any matter which is not within the ambit of the appointment committee. Let's limit ourselves to the referral by the Speaker of Parliament, and we can make progress. Any matter which is not within the ambit of the appointment committee is hereby ruled out of order.
If you are annoyed, simply walk out. If you are annoyed, walk out. They will continue to court.
Chairman.
We didn't just get a majority for that to court. We didn't get majority for nothing. God knows why.
Honorable Ranking and Minority Leader, please conclude.
Macro minority.
Chairman. Chairman. I am happy that you have referred to some Supreme Court rulings, and my respected colleague Roxanne Defiamapo also referred to a Supreme Court decision in this submission. I will therefore rely on the same right to proceed in my response to the objection you gave by relying on the Supreme Court,
Honorable Ranking,
that I was reading.
Honorable Ranking,
Chairman,
Honorable Ranking member, I believe my ruling is loud and clear. So limit yourself to the mandate of the committee, please, with all due respect.
It should go somewhere. When we are done, they will bring it.
Paragraph 3.8. The Constitution establishes a number of governing bodies for public services.
Honorable Minority Leader, you are again out of order. Honorable Minority Leader, you are out of order. Honorable members, can we proceed?
Chairman.
Honorable members, can we proceed?
Chairman.
Honorable members, you cannot ask your members to on the mic.
Chairman.
Honorable members, let's proceed.
Chairman.
I will call on Honorable Mahama Shaibu to start his question.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman.
Just allow our leader to
Chairman.
Chairman, I have objections. Chairman,
thank you very much,
Chairman, I object.
Honorable Nominee.
Chairman, I object to the conduct.
Congratulations, Honorable Nominee.
Honorable Chairman, we cannot go.
Honorable Nominee.
We cannot go on.
Congratulations.
This way.
One more time.
No. Don't do this to Chairman. No, you can't do this. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. No, it's not going to happen.
I'm not sure
It's not going to happen.
The question of competence.
It's not going to happen.
It's not in doubt.
I've accorded you every courtesy.
Honorable Nominee.
We've accorded you every courtesy.
May you listen to me?
We've accorded you every courtesy.
Honorable Nominee, the former roads minister.
We have accorded every courtesy.
Was
your approach is not what we had agreed on.
And he said that
yes,
the NDC government had left behind 1.5.
Honourable members, I intend to suspend the sitting for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
That's my boss there, so we are you don't see a picture. I still read the orders for my you know they allow my boss. Why? One is in front of the same orders. You got the same orders they order.
I am saying that if they should go, they should leave. You have the right to work. If they come and somebody look at the way they handle Mini, micro. Which one of those jerseys?
I still like.
Yes, it looks like mine.
I wanted to respect. Let it go.
order. You came in rudely to say that.
Why? You should be guided by the rules that in this house you don't use insulting, disparaging, and abusing language. At our first sitting, when a backbencher said, I was rudely interrupted,
you are raising your voice. Chairman,
the ruling of the Speaker.
Chairman, bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice. Bring down your voice.
Honourable members, at our last sitting, when a backbencher used the word rudely interrupted, we all observed that the Speaker ordered her to withdraw the word and apologize. I do not foresee former majority leader, now minority leader, to repeat the word rudely. Such a conduct will not be tolerated. I therefore urge upon him to withdraw the word rudely and apologize.
Chairman, all your colleagues, including you, have been rude to me this morning. You have been very rude. You have been extremely rude. Chairman, we started, you courteously gave me the opportunity to give my opening remarks. In the process, Honorable Ayariga came in. In the process, Honorable Roxanne Dafiamakpo came in. In the process, you had the majority leader himself. No, Mr. Chair, if you allow. Mr. Chair, if you allow.
Point of order.
We have had situations where, whilst I was responding, your colleagues came in rudely. I kept quiet.
Again said, we should have a moment outside to have a discussion. Then out of the blue, you come in to give the floor to Honorable Ameshai. I told you that you rudely interrupted my.
You had given the opportunity. Again, you realize that Honorable Amakufibwa, without giving him the opportunity, he came in to interrupt. Even the Honorable Ayariga, on 2 occasions, he interrupted, and I kept my calm. Chairman, it is upon the 2 of us to steer the affairs of this committee. I think that as chair, I didn't say co-chair. You see, Chairman, you see the rude interruption. Chairman, you see the rude interruption. They will not listen. Chairman, your members will not listen. We listen to you. They will not listen to us. We listen to you. They don't listen to us. Mr. Chairman, we listen to you. You don't listen to. I'm not saying, Chairman. Let me finish. I am. No. But you.
Mr. Chairman, point of relevance. Mr. Chairman.
Honourable members, order. Honourable members, order. Honourable Muntala Mohammed, the ruling that I have given in respect of Brian Achampong applies to you. So here you remain silent. I have the list here.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my view. Chairman, my view is that the approach being adopted by the majority is unacceptable.
Very unacceptable.
Honorable Muntala, I have checked the records, and you are here as a subject matter committee leader for roads and highways. So I apologize to you, and honorable leader, he's here on a point of order. Let me listen to him as a member of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I raise my hand on point of relevance. Mr. Chairman, this committee is an extension of Parliament. So the rules and regulations governing the conduct of every single one of us on the floor is the same thing that must govern our conduct here. Nobody has any right to start speaking when he is not asked to do so by the chair. I get the sense that everybody does what he or she wants. More so when they put on the mic. Of course, even at plenary, you can make any comment as long as you don't speak in the speaker. When you are not recorded, every single statement that's made here, every single statement, the difference between myself and you is that I attended side too, but I'm here with you, sharing the same. Yensida, you forgot. Yensida, we are here. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that nobody has any right to make any comment except that he is given the opportunity to do so by the speaker. When you gave your ruling, that should be the end of any discussion on the matter. And I'm surprised that my good friend, Honorable Afenyo Markins, this is his 4th term. I came to Parliament with him. I expect him he understands the rules. He has been the majority leader. He should be the last person who should be engaged in disregarding the rules governing the conduct of members of Parliament, most members of this committee. So I'll urge him, once the speaker has given his ruling, that should be the end. If he has any comment to make, he can do so after we have even, we left this particular process. He can do so. He would have the opportunity to make his closing remarks. He would have the opportunity to ask his questions. But we have spent more than 1 hour here. More than 1 hour. We have not even gone into the resume, if you like, of the person. Nothing. So I would urge my good friend, Honorable Afenyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Mutala. The regulations.
The point is well taken. Honorable ranking member. No, you see, Honorable Brian Ajampo. You are still living with NCDA. Honorable members, order. I apologize to him because I've not advented my mind to the list before me. And by adventing my mind to the list, he is here in his capacity as a leader for the subject matter committee, which is roads and highways. That is why I have given him the floor to speak. Honorable members, the issue on the floor is that honorable ranking and minority leader use unparliamentary language, to wit, rudely interrupted, which is similar to what a backbencher has done the day of our very first sitting. He was asked to withdraw and apologize. Similarly, taking a lesson from that, having used the same word, I am urging upon him to honorably withdraw the unparliamentary language, apologize, and let's make progress.
Chairman, the context of the use of the phrase rudely interrupted did not amount to disrespect. No, let me finish. Chairman, you see, we all keep our calm, but you don't look to your right. You know what is happening to your right. Please. Chairman, the rate at which I get interrupted is very unacceptable. However, if as you sit to my right as a chair, you feel that
the phrase is unacceptable, I think that it's appropriate that same is taken back and to express my key concern to you that the rate at which I am being interrupted is unacceptable. Chairman, having said that, I would want to say that the purpose for which.
So, honorable members, the word rudely interrupted should be expunged from the record.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, that said, I believe that you called off the meeting to enable us address a few issues. We had gone into caucus for just 5 minutes, and we were to come back to you so that we resolve the matters, the reason you call off the meeting, so that we make progress. Chairman, I would plead with you that the approach should be such that all of us will be satisfied. All of us will be satisfied. There was a good reason for you saying that we should suspend sitting. Without engagement, you came in to start the meeting. Chairman, I would want to urge upon you to let us resolve the matter and then have a peaceful start.
Thank you very much. But Honorable Minority Leader and then Ranking, with all due respect, we have a relationship. The meeting was suspended for 5 minutes, particularly for you and I to engage. I took the lead outside, waiting for you. Honorable Brana Champon, you are being interruptive. I don't expect this from you. I don't expect this from you. Please, former minister, I don't expect this from you. When I walk out, I was waiting for you. You did not come to tell me anything. I only heard that you want 2 minutes and have waited there when the public is aware that I have given 5 minutes. I have therefore decided to resume duty after the expiration of the 5 minutes. That was what really happened. So, honorable members, with all due respect, the majority chief whip, minister designate for roads and highways, have been sitting close to 2 hours. Can we make progress? With all due respect, can we make progress? The preliminary issues have taken close to 2 hours, which should not be the case. So, honorable chief whip, I plead with you to give me the opportunity to continue with the proceedings. You will have your turn very soon. So, Honorable Shaibu, please proceed.
Mr. Nominee, you may continue to answer the question. Or if you want me to repeat it, that's fine. Yeah. So I have stated clearly that a few years ago, your predecessor, the Honorable Amoakwata, was in this very hall answering questions at his vetting. He intimated that 1.56 billion Ghana cedis was in the road sector debt that was left behind for them to clear. I trust that they would have cleared all by now. What is the status as we speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, I thank my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to appear before them. Yes, the question asked by my respected colleague is something the whole country must pay attention to. Indeed, in 2017, our respected colleague, who is no longer a member of parliament, in his word, was alarmed by the fact that the NDC government was leaving a commitment debt of 17 billion Ghana cedi in the road sector and 1.5 billion cedi that being certificates approved, which were not paid. At the transition committee, it turns out that as of today, I've not been to the ministry yet. What they presented to the committee, the NPP government is leaving a minimum of 100 billion Ghana cedi commitment. What you should be worried about, though, is that in that same document, they are saying that certificates unpaid as of today from GOG amounts to about 20 billion Ghana cedis. The ones with road fund is about 15 billion Ghana cedi. What you should be more worried about, my brothers and sisters and colleagues listening to us from outside of this hall, is that if you take the indebtedness up to 2025, which is the road fund debt alone, out of the 15 billion, look at these details. In 2018, we were owing about 113 million Ghana cedi. The interest on the 113 million Ghana cedi this year will be 665 million Ghana cedi. The debt was 113. The interest on the 113 is 665 million. When you take 2019, 210 million. The interest on the 230 million is 960 million Ghana. 2020, we were owing 424 million. The interest on the 424 million is 1.5 billion. 2021, the debt was 616 million. The interest on that is currently 1.69 billion. 2022, 693 million, and currently 1.4 billion. The question is, how do I explain this to the taxpayers in Adaklu? That we owe 113 million, and the interest on the 113 million is 665 million. I believe the issues about the road sector concerns all of us. Everybody here wants better road to our communities. These are not monies that have been thrown away, but it's because of the way contracts are written in this country, which says that if somebody raises a certificate and you don't pay after a period of time, 30% interest accrues on it. So this, as a result of the 30%, we are made to pay 15 billion on road fund alone. The question is, the 20 billion that is, GOG, what will be the interest on that? Nobody knows. If the interest on 4 billion is together 15 billion, imagine what it will be. So I believe the way forward, if I am approved by this House, is to sit down with the finance minister to see how we can deal with it. This cannot continue. This is not value to Ghana. This is not value to the contractor. This is money being wasted. We cannot accept that you owe somebody 4 billion and in this year you are going to pay a total of 15 billion, that is principal plus interest. This cannot continue. This is something that the Ghanaian taxpayer, it means that today, if you collect 10 billion tax today, you are going to give the 10 billion tax as tax waivers, which is not tax waivers, like interest, which is nothing. So, Honorable Chairman, this is a very serious matter, and I want all countrymen and women to avert our minds to it. This is not about NDC or NPP. Like I said, these road projects are in our communities. So how we deal with it is something that must attract the attention of our country so that we put a stop to it. This is not sustainable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaibu. By the rules, you have one follow-up question relating to the answer provided. Do you have any follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So please proceed with your follow-up.
Honorable Nominee, you have stated clearly that interest is one of the biggest problems that we have. If you look at the composition of the debt, understandably, you don't expect a contractor who has gone to borrow at 50% interest to do your work, and then you expect him not to add whatever he has on it. So is it a question of contracting which you intend to look at, or a question of looking for other sources of funding to pay off contractors as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It's both. Indeed, not every contract in our country attracts interest in terms of delays. So, and I also agree with you that when a contractor gets a project and is encouraged to go and borrow money to execute that project, and he goes to borrow money and is paying interest, and when he raises certificate and is not paid, of course, the bank is expecting him to pay the principal plus the interest. But what I'm saying is that this cannot continue. I don't know how the finance minister is going to fund this, because I foresee easily a situation where he's going to have to find 50 billion. And out of that 50 billion, majority of that money is not work done in your community or my community. It's interest. And I don't think Ghanaians will be happy with any of us. So the finance minister's responsibility will be to sit down with the sector ministers to deal with this unsustainable interest compounding daily, including today, so that we can make it possible for us to derive value for the monies we spend on our projects. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Okay, Chairman, thank you very much. Let me...
No, you hold on.
Chief Whip, congrats. I heard you quite well when you spoke at length, looking at the interest and debt that has accrued over the years. And you beautifully also added that when this House is gracious enough to approve you, you will sit with the finance minister. That was your first statement. And then you also wondered how the finance minister will navigate in the face of the difficulties. I also know you have been ranking on the Rules Committee for a while. If you put all together, you should be telling us solutions. And being aware of all these challenges, what are some of the solutions you want to profess in the wake of the difficulties we have? Yes, we are all aware of the difficulties, the interests, and all that. What are the solutions? I heard you on your political platform and all the good things you said, referencing your manifesto and all that. Tell us some solutions.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a very important question. First of all, whatever solutions we have, we still owe and we have to pay. That is why I referenced the finance minister to start with. How is he going to raise the money? I don't know at the moment. It is his responsibility to raise the money. But I think additionally, what we should be doing is to sit down with the industry players, contractors, and the agencies that are awarding road contract. We need to sit down with them. The way we contract, the way we write some of the contracts have to be reviewed. Government itself need to take a step back to find out whether it is appropriate to keep awarding projects when no one knows where the projects are going to be financed. Take the 2024 budget. Go to capital expenditure section. You may realize that the entire amount there that is for capital expenditure at the road sector may not be more than 4 billion Ghana cedi. Yet, this year alone, or last year alone, the quantum of projects awarded is probably fourfold. So why is it possible to award projects 4 times what has been allocated for you in the budget? So it is something we need to work out with. And the easiest way to do with this is to sit down with the industry players, the contractors, and the awarding agencies to come up with something that does not actually make the contractor worse off, because we want to build their capacity, and they're also businessmen that are employing people. And also make it possible for government to be able to pay for what we are actually contracted to do between ourselves and the contractors. So the synergy between these, we should be able to find as a solution that is more sustainable than what we have currently. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I have a follow-up question. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Kwame Govins Abuja, congratulations.
Thank you, boss.
Mr. Chairman, the nominee happens to be my chief whip. I've worked with him closely for 2 years. I know his competence, and he's one person I can vouch for his competence at any point in time. Mr. Chairman, in his answer, he said, so far, the immediate past government, the MPP government, has left behind contracts worth 100 billion cedis. Contract, commitment, it's contract. Commitment is contract. So you don't just commit, you commit through contracts. So contracts through 100 billion cedis. And apart from that, you have 20 billion Ghana cedis being unpaid certificates, GOG, and 15 billion Ghana cedis unpaid certificate at the road fund. 100, 20, 15, 135 billion Ghana cedis. The national budget, the appropriations, is just in excess of 200 billion cedis. In excess of 200 billion cedis. 135 is approximately 60-something% of the whole budget, including wages, salaries, and everything, debt service, and everything. Are you trying to say that we should cede the whole budget to the road sector, vis-a-vis what has been left behind because of what the previous government has left behind? Previous government has left behind. The total road sector commitment and arrest is just enough for a whole year's budget. Is that what you are trying to say?
Chairman, the situation is even worse than that. The 100 billion commitment, because these projects, some of them are designed and built. Let me give you an example. On the way to your own constituency, the rehabilitation and upgrading of Kasua to Akoti Road. The contract sum is about 1 billion Ghana cedi. That's lot 1. And then that is kilometer 0 to kilometer 12. Akoti to Winneba. That leads to the respected minority leaders constituency. That one is 987 million Ghana cedi. The remark is that new figures to be agreed. What it means is that these figures are not stable. So the 100 billion I gave you is not cost to complete. This is the projected figure as of the time this report was prepared. So you would surely have to find extra money by the time you complete this project. So cost to complete will be more than this. Do I expect you to hand over the national budget to me? No, because education, healthcare, even the salaries of teachers and ourselves have to be paid as item 1 things. That is why I think the way out is to sit down. Maybe everybody in this must be prepared to take some level of responsibility. How we do it, I'll defer that to you as the finance minister. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nyako, please note it down as your substantive question. If I will give you the floor very soon. Honorable Shaibu, your second substantive question.
Chairman, most grateful. Honorable Nominee, one fine evening, we're seated and a Minister of State writes a letter asking that all toll booths and bridges be suspended without recourse to Parliament. First of all, I want to know your take. Legal or illegal, and what are the consequences? Then secondly, what is your position on the reintroduction of the toll booths? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The issue of road toll is a matter that has attracted national attention. Our side has been consistent. I must take this opportunity to actually commend a former colleague in this House, Honorable Ediomi. Some time ago, when Honorable, the former minister, Inusa Fuseni, was minister, the accruals to the road fund was just around 250 million annually. We sat down and found out that we could enhance that, which means more money will be made available to improve our road. Honorable Ediomi was the ranking at that time. He worked with us, and we worked with the finance minister. That is why you saw the road fund accruals increased in that year to 1.25 billion, and today it's over 2 billion. When the issue of the road toll started, our side, Honorable former minority leader, together with me and the former road minister, Honorable Makwata, decided to caution government that do not cancel or suspend road toll. Let's rather find ways of plugging the leakages in terms of the collection and enhance it. Honorable Haruna and myself met Honorable Amakwata and gave our commitment that don't cancel it. Indeed, we were surprised on the day the road toll, they claimed they zeroed it. For me, it was an act of illegality. Yes, they said they just zeroed it. But it was, a road fund has got an act. It's a law. So you couldn't unilaterally do that. As a result, I believe there was some level of negligence in the way it was done. They claimed road toll was accruing only about 80 million. But today, there are contractors working for government of Ghana who are owed 5,000 cedis within the roadside. Can you imagine how many roadside weed clearers will be paid with 80 million? So they cancelled it. And our side consistently stood on principle and said, bring the road toll back. Yes, the road toll is coming back, but not in the form of building obstructions on the road for drivers to stop and somebody taking money from them. It will be coming back based on a technological platform that make it fair and that make it easy to collect, easy to account for, and for the public to know what the money is actually being used for. Together with the road minister, we shall come out with a policy as to how that will be done. That is my response.
Honorable Mahama Shabu, any follow-up?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Nominee. I'm glad you mentioned mechanization, because one of the biggest challenge is to leave Parliament at 8 o'clock, then go and queue on the motorway for another 2 hours just to pay road toll. Glad you mentioned mechanization. How about the disabled who were fully and gainfully employed at the tolls? Will mechanization be a part of the structure that will bring them on, or you want to leave them out completely? Thank you.
Yeah, not at all. I happen to be in touch with some of the former toll booth workers, and they visited me. My colleagues on the road committee know, including my respected ranking Honorable Osei, knows that we've been meeting them. Some of them have moved on, looking for different jobs, but we know some of them are there. If we're going to run this on a new technological platform, we need to find out how many of them can actually participate, if they need retraining or whatever role they can play. So indeed, if it's coming back, we should be able to provide opportunity for some of those who have got experience in working in the toll booths. Though there will not be toll booths, if we can re-engage them in other sectors, we should be able to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Shabu, you have the last substantive question, if any.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, can you just give us a fair idea of what the road network, the quantum, the mileage is as of today, and what you intend to do to improve on the road network in Ghana?
Chairman, the data from the road agencies put unconfirmed data of close to 100,000 kilometers. That is the road network in various stages. Half of that is motorable. When I say motorable, it doesn't mean they are all sealed, but they are roads you can drive on. The other half is not in a state that is very good, so we need to work on them. Indeed, there are various degrees of road. The roads leading to farms don't have to be asphalted. So we need to work out the need and find out, first of all, how we make roads motorable. Sometimes, if you check, some roads basically need spot improvement. That is, a section is in a deplorable state. go and fix that one within a reasonable time, especially before the rain starts. If you leave it, it becomes a major problem. So what we'll be doing is to take a holistic review of the road network and see what we can do to make quick interventions to those sections that are the worst and gradually bring it up to meet those that are in the better condition.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up?
Chairman, I wish the nominee all the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable, my good friend, Chief Whip, on the toll, I'm happy how informed you are. And I can testify a number of discussions I've had with you personally and your professional advice you professed. But I'm not a prophet of doom, though. I anticipate you are going to have difficulty because you have stood on political platform to say, oh, Ghanaians are suffering, cost of living is high and all, blah, 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 blah. How are you going to justify the introduction of some levy or tax against all the things you've told Ghanaians? Don't be careful you don't attract the anger of the Mr. President, because Mr. President has said that the price of Kenke is going to reduce. The price of export price of petrol is going to go down. So my real concern for you, my good friend.
Honorable Chief Whip, what has the price of Kenke got to do with the issue?
In context of
and the reference.
It's important.
Go ahead.
Speaker, be liberal. So I have a lot of sympathy. The young, handsome Adaklu, Member of Parliament, arguably very successful Chief Whip. How are you going to balance the scale? You are introducing a levy, a tax, and yet your party, who has wanted to become constitutional government, has said that cost of living is going to go down. Would your levy reduce cost of living or to rather increase it? And how are you going to have the confidence to introduce it?
Thank you very much, Chairman. The good thing is that the reintroduction of road toll was part of what we put before the people of this country, which led to this emphatic victory. They are actually expecting us to reintroduce road toll and make sure the accruals go to improve the conditions on our road. I have never met any driver who says, I don't want to pay road toll. What I hear them say all the time is, we are paying the road toll. How come our roads are still like this? So as long as we can prove to them we are using this money to improve the conditions on our road, I am sure they will be able to accommodate. However, you are also aware that when my boss, the majority leader, took the chair here, he suggested some of the draconian taxes that are going to be removed in his first budget. Those savings would make more meaning to the ordinary Ghanaian. E-levy is going, and it's a promise the president has made, and it is going. And I'm sure your constituents are going to be happy to see e-levy go. Betting tax is going, and I'm sure the young people in your constituency are going to be happy to see betting tax go. So I know you mean well. Together in the House, and together with my colleague, Honorable Osei Nyako, and the rest of the committee, we are going to work together to make sure the reintroduction of the road toll, together with the Ministry of Finance, makes sense, it's fair, it is collected fairly, and also it is applied to things that matter to the people of this country. Thank you.
Honourable members, it's now the turn of Honourable Kennedy Osei Nyako, Subject Matter Committee member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honourable nominee, congratulations. You and I have come a long way. He happens to be my ranking, and today he has been nominated to go and hold a ministry that he, at the time, as a ranking, was vociferous and wanted to see things done right. I only wish you well, and I hope you're going to do exactly what you had believed in whilst you were holding government feet on fire. But I have a few questions for you. Just a quick one. I want to understand what is the difference between commitment of the ministry and the indebtedness. I want you to explain that one for me.
Okay, so commitment is basically all the road projects that are active, not completed. So we put a figure, the easiest way is to put the contract sum together. That is the commitment. So if you are budgeting, you need to put money aside, knowing very well this year, 20% of road number 1 will be raised. So we put money aside through the finance minister. The debt is what is due to be paid. That is certificates cleared by consultants, either third-party consultants or agency, feeder roads, highways, urban road. That means that you should be writing a check to the contractors or transferring money to them. So that is the difference. One is work on site or yet to be done or certified. The other one is certified work. That is the difference between commitment and debt.
Did I hear you say that
Is it a supplementary or a substantive? Supplementary, very well.
Did I hear you say that the arrears, the current certificate unpaid is 15 billion? Did you say that?
Not 15 billion. GOG. Based on documents provided to the transition team, GOG is in excess of 20 billion. And then, as you and I know, there are two main sources of payment to contractors in this country, road fund and GOG. And most contractors these days, in the past, it used to be people wishing their projects are under road fund because accruals are known. But since the days of the capping of the road fund, and if I tell you the road fund story here, it's a very sorry story. Most contractors wish their projects are funded by GOG because then the finance minister is the one who pays. So GOG is currently about 20 billion, and interest plus capital for road fund is what is 15 billion.
Okay.
Any further question?
Yes. Honorable Nominee, have you cited the presidential transition report on roads, and are you familiar with the figures in terms of certificate that is pending for the ministry to pay in terms of arrears? Have you cited it?
The interesting thing about certificates is that even if you were to go to the ministry today and they give you a sum of money as money they owe in the morning, in the afternoon, you could find a different figure because contractors are working 24/7 and are raising certificates on daily basis. So they always say, this is as of the time they give us. So that is why I'm saying to you, from the document we cited from the transition team, which is a ministry document, the figures are what I've put out. It could end up being more than this, or unless maybe they paid some huge amounts of money before producing this document, then it could be slightly less.
Okay.
Any further question?
Yes. I think
No. This is, please, the rule is that you ask one substantive question and you ask a follow-up. So this, so if you have done two, yes, no, you have a substantive question and a follow-up. Please, your last substantive question.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable Nominee, you and I know that the biggest challenge for the road ministry is in terms of funding gap. That is why each and every year they present their budget of about 16 or even sometimes beyond billion but they ended up having only 4 billion. You are knowledgeable in that area. You have in-depth knowledge of the issues. What do you plan practically to do to address this funding gap issue that has bedeviled this ministry and making the work at the ministry a very difficult one? What do you plan to do?
Yes, Chairman, my respected ranking and a good friend is right. From the matrix we have seen over the years, we have always argued that for us to be able to make a good impact on the road interventions, the country must be generating and setting aside between 6 to 10 billion cedis of our own money, not borrowed money. How do we fund this? If you speak to the former Minister of Roads and Highways, Honorable Mokwata, you are aware we were close to having a national dialogue on how to fund roads and make it open to Ghanaians. How much can we pay to be able to get the quality of roads we need? Unfortunately, that engagement never took place before he left. And the new minister, our colleague in Parliament, Honorable Asenso, was also in the process. So there's a cohort of people who believe that we should engage Ghanaians on how we fund roads. Together with the committee and the Ministry of Finance, I think we should be plain to Ghanaians. We need to open up the discussion about how we fund roads in our country and make sure whatever agreement we have, the monies are applied. I have argued, and you know about it, when we tell people pay road tolls, and the people pay road tolls, and you take more than half of that money to do free SHS. If you want money for free SHS, ask for money for free SHS. I'm not saying free SHS is not necessary, but when you take money for road, apply that money for road interventions. So as long as we can do this and be open and honest to Ghanaians, whatever they agree, we apply to the roads, and then we can get some improvement. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Yes, your last supplementary question.
Yes. Honorable Nominee, will you consider adopting a negligence liability period in our road contract to ensure that contractors who does shoddy jobs are taken on and ensure that they do the right thing? Will you consider that?
Chairman, there are various reasons why we see what we call shoddy works on our roads. Many things account for that. Sometimes it's not even the knowledge of the contractor. Indeed, there is always that 12-month defect liability period on construction projects. But sometimes, especially if you watch asphaltic overlay, it embellishes the problem so neatly for few months that you may never know what is beneath. But after a few months, you realize that it has failed completely. Not only the contractors. I'm an architect by profession. If I practice elsewhere outside this country, the employer insists I take professional indemnity insurance before I touch his or her work. I.e., so if the work fails, he can draw on the professional indemnity to get some compensation. Is it time for consultants taking on huge government contracts to take the appropriate indemnity to cover the services they are providing? Because the Ghanaian doesn't understand why you would do a project in his backyard, a road to say, and 6 months the rain washes the whole thing away, and then we are looking for another money to come and start. So it will be a combination of these things. I've heard people talk about increase the defect liability period to 24 months. That will not necessarily solve the problem. The problem is that we need to build a capacity and put some of the risk on the back of the consultants and others, but also to encourage government to pay contractors and consultants on time to be able to execute the works within schedule.
Honorable Nominee, I wish you well.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. My good friend, Kwame, Honorable Kwame Akpeja, congratulations. I have a question on funding. especially having listened to you about the huge... Thank you for correcting. Having listened to you about the huge indebtedness in the road sector, how do you intend to meet the expectations of Ghanaians, especially the new roads that we expect you to construct, particularly the Eastern Corridor, beginning from the Temamoto all the way to Yendi? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I acknowledge that I come into this role with huge expectation, starting from colleagues. On record, the road minister answers the largest number of questions in Parliament, more than any minister. And I must commend Honorable Makwata for that diligence. As long as he's available on Fridays, he'll come and answer the questions. And I used to tease him that as for answering the question, he will answer. As of whether he will do the road is another matter, because of the same thing you are talking about. Well, the president who appointed me has made one solemn promise, that is to be candid with the people of our country. So wherever we are doing anything, you let the people know. Indeed, we are not going to find it easy to satisfy everybody in terms of how quickly the road leading to the places we live are done. But what we are committed to is to make sure that whatever resources we have and apply to the road interventions, we'll make sure everybody understands what is in the kitty and what we can get. When my boss, the majority leader, sat in this chair, he painted another figure, which is something we should all be thinking about. As you know, as part of the debt restructuring, government postponed a chunk of our repayment or interest until this year. One bullet payment was just done a few weeks ago when the former finance minister told us. But there are bigger ones ahead of us that we must clear. So we would spend whatever is available to be spent on the road. But as of where we find the money, that is the responsibility of the finance minister to carry. My job is to package projects, make sure they meet value for money, and his job is to fund it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yes. If a follow-up, you are entitled to.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, will you consider new funding methods, at least for us to have either a BOT or PPP roads from Accra to Kumasi, where individuals or road users will be paying using per usage, something like the one we have in the developed country, 10 pikes, so that it can help us speed up transportation network in Ghana.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I gave an indication regarding that when I spoke about the reintroduction of road toll. But I know funding would go beyond just road tolls. And so we are going to consider all those things, including other sources. But like I said, it is not for me to state all the sources that would accrue to road funding. That is the job of the finance minister. I was happy you mentioned Eastern Corridor as one of the things the president actually committed to. It's a project in 6 lots. I think half or so have been done. But from the motorway, okay, you were not there. My colleagues, we approved a loan to a company called Inzac. I'm sure they all got caught up in the debt restructuring. So if you go there, the contractors appear to be working, but the rate at which they are working isn't encouraging. So we have our work cut out to make sure we turn things around, and we are committed to doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. You are done. Thank you. You want one more, then your last question.
Thank you. Mr. Nominee, the President Akufo-Addo disclosed in his 2023 State of the Nation address that his government has constructed 11,974 kilometers of new road. I come from a rural constituency, Zabzugu. We have a lot of rural challenges. I don't see it. And I want to find out from you, is this true?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I remember the President appearing in the House as part of his constitutional mandate to update the House on what is happening in the country. And he made us aware of a certain figure of, at that time, new roads. It wasn't pleasant to try to contradict the President because his source of information are better than mine. But the figure 11,000 just jumped out as new roads. And my side said that was a bit less than the truth. Since then, the agencies under the road ministry attempted to adjust the figure as part of the transition. And you remember our view was that only 617 kilometers of roads were new roads, so to say, at the time. At the transition, they provided details. At the time of the transition, the new roads constructed is 673, which is not far from the 617 we talked about at that time, because it means that few more roads have been completed. So that issue is in a record of the Parliament that indeed Ghana did not construct 11,000 kilometers of new roads since 2017. Rather, 673 kilometers have been constructed as new roads. The bulk of the work in the 13,624.25 kilometers is regraveling and graveling. That is 6,185.90 kilometers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Muntala Mohammed, a subject matter committee. Honorable members, I am dealing with 9 on my right and 6 on my left. I am mindful of the standing order in 2177 to admit the leadership, but that one will not also make it 1-1. So allow me to chair and balance.
Speaker, we will allow you. In fact, we will not just allow you. We will help you to lead and chair. But Speaker, I had already prompted you that, and in this house, you go to your left and then you come to your right, even though we are not seated as we often sit in the chamber. I had prompted you of an expression made by the Deputy Whip. So Speaker, if you may indulge me, you have gone there. If you may allow the Deputy Whip to have a bite, and then you are not the chairman. Are you the chairman? Puntal, are you the chairman? You are not even a member of the committee.
Honorable Chief Whip, I have numbers before me,
yes,
which I will have to balance. So I'm saying that on this occasion, I'm taking 2 and then coming back to. I will balance the number. Whoever should speak.
Are you going by any ratio?
Able to speak? Yes, yes, certainly, certainly. Certainly.
It will not last. It will not last.
Honorable Muntala, you have the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, congratulations. My question is simple. in your first year, will you concentrate on completing the abandoned roads or incomplete roads, or you do it alongside with awarding new contracts? And I ask this question because there are several roads that have been working on for several. The Eastern Corridor one, for example. I have an interest because if the road is completed, it takes me lesser time to travel from Accra to my constituency in Tamale, and it opens up the place. And also there are some roads in Tamale Township that are not, completed. So I want to know whether you will concentrate in completing those incomplete roads, or some of them abandoned, or you would do that alongside with new roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The President has already given an indication that he will complete ongoing projects. So we have made that commitment and we intend to follow that. But I can foresee a situation where out of need, we may have to start some new projects to address urgent issues. But the first year, our commitment will be to focus on critical road projects which have been abandoned, to make them motorable for the use to which it was originally intended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, okay, that's the follow-up. Well, I should finish before he comes.
Please, continue.
Okay, my second question, how do you intend to fund the 10 billion big push that President Mahama and the NDC intends to do? Because that is going to have a huge, the cost is huge. How do you intend to fund it?
Chairman, the big push is President Mahama's big intervention on infrastructure. As a sector minister for roads and highways, it is my responsibility, as I said, to identify critical road projects, package them, after design and everything, make sure it meets the required value for money features, and present them to the Minister of Finance for financing. As we are all aware, the big push is a 4-year, $10 billion proposal. The projects that will go into this basket of projects ought to be cutting edge and the ones that make significant intervention in whichever sector. So they are not necessarily road projects worth 10 billion. They are just big, significant infrastructure projects worth 10 billion. So it equates to about 2.5 billion annually for the 4 years.
Mr. Chairman,
do you have a follow-up?
Yes, a follow-up on that.
There's a follow-up on
Yes.
that. Then you can ask your follow-up question. Okay. Then I will recognize that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
on the
thank
follow-up.
you. I think the challenge that confronts us in this country on the matter of spending such huge sums of money in road construction is the durability, or how long those roads last. We have had complaints where contractors finish with the road is commissioned, and by 1 year, you find potholes on the roads. As a minister, taking into consideration the amount of money that government intend to spend on that, what measures are you putting in place to ensure that the quality of the roads that are to be constructed using these monies is something that is of tremendous interest to you and concern? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Industry players would put few factors as the reason the roads fail. 2 days ago, I was getting a briefing to the effect that even the materials we use. In some countries, the bitumen that is used on their road are produced by themselves. So the engineers determine the composition. If you watch in our country, even some contractors buy bitumen in drums, imported from somewhere. Nobody is able to determine whether this bitumen is good for our climate. So the materials we use, the design of the road, the supervision. One issue facing the road agencies. Some agencies have, which are supposed to be an engineering outfit, which requires civil engineers, mechanical engineers, quantity surveyors, have more administrative staff than engineers. So you could see an engineer supervising a project, and the capacity is not even there for him or her to be able to do this in reasonable time. So we ought to work on the staffing of the road agencies to have the qualified staff. I've also seen documents that suggest that some of the agencies, the level of the new engineers, the current engineers, compared to when they will retire, there's going to be a gap because we are not recruiting new engineers to be trained enough before they exit. So it will be a combination of how we select materials, the design, the capacity of the contractors, and also government ability to pay contractors expeditiously when works are done. When contractors work, they are not paid. They vacate the site, and you pay them some time. What happens is that once the money is not theirs, the bank takes the money. You can't actually know whether they've gone to the site to do anything. So to be able to deal with this matter, we should address it on all fours. Otherwise, we will see what we are seeing, where you spend 4 billion on a project and then 10 billion as interest on that 4 billion. It's unacceptable and not sustainable.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you.
I
recognize.
I want clarity on the point he made, and I think it's important. Just
Honorable Muntala, go ahead and I'll come to you.
Honorable Minister Nominee, the issue of the quality of manpower that you use, because you give an example that sometimes people are recruited to work in areas where they don't have the expertise, particularly the engineers. Are you going to engage more engineers or more technical people for specific portfolios, or you want to build the capacity of the existing ones? Because I do know that there are some who may not necessarily be engineers. An example is planning. You and I, we all went to the same department. You go to the assemblies, you have people who are not planners, but who have been trained to do works that are supposed to be done by planners. Equally, in the road sector, is it an issue that you build the capacity of those who have been engaged?
Thank you very much.
You want to recruit
Honorable Nominee, your response.
Yes, I think a combination of both. And fortunately, Ghana has one of the best training institutes at Koforidua, where they train in-house training. Even members of parliament, we do get some capacity building sometimes within our committees to be able to be effective. So indeed, those in the service already need, to update their knowledge. But critically, we need to recruit new engineers and give them that capacity so that we can have a good number of people deployed on the almost 4,000 different road projects going on at the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. Honorable Whip, asking this question not to question your. Far from that, I know you very well. I know you can do the job. However, I hear, and often I've heard colleagues on the other side brandishing $10 million push. You're holding us a low, yes, $10 billion. You're holding us a low-lying fruit. Now, my question to you, my good friend, is, you've already shown some regret, the extent of the length of the problem, the depth, the situation of the depth, which you have regretted well enough, and we've heard you loud and clear. You've also said that you will sit with the finance minister to be in the context of the situation you have at hand. Now, how will you draw the balance of implementation in terms of the 10 billion, mind you, it's not only for roads, broad spectrum infrastructure. So you have so-called abandoned roads, and then people of Adaklu also come to you after you have been approved. I know you are aware of that. And you'll be coming to the House more often than any minister to answer questions. You are aware of that. How would you draw the balance? So-called abandoned roads and new urgent road needs that also need to be attended to. Don't forget, you have already said that there's no money. And then you are also going to work closely with the so-called the finance minister.
Honorable members, I drew the attention of the House to the fact that for a stated reason, I asked the Marshal to be here. So if any friend of the committee will not remain in silence, then I will be forced to apply the rules. Please, 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 honorable members. Please, Honorable Yusuf.
You see, I'm just talking about your big push. And you are not tolerant to listen.
Honorable Kennedy Osenyako, let's listen to the questions being asked. Honorable Alasan Soini, please.
Mr. Chair, so my good friend, Honorable Abuja, very passionate about the concerns of roads and the challenges. This big push, which I know you are very excited about, and it finds good expression in your manifesto. Or you are nodding your head? No, my question is, how would you get the balance? We have roads in your own description and beautifully captured by Honorable Mutala, abandoned roads. And then you also have new roads needs. How are you going to get the balance? Are you going to, already you have said that your first year you will focus on. My question is, how are you going to get the balance? Then again, I'm not done. Mr. Chairman, I'm not done.
Honorable members, I want us to listen to the question in silence. But Honorable Chief Whip, this Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip, this is about the third or fourth time we are going to hear the word, how are you going to balance the new rules as against the abandoned rules? So if that is your question, put it to, so that we can proceed to answer the question. I beg you.
Speaker, with respect to you, I'm old enough to speak for myself. I only employ my colleagues to be tolerant. You had the opportunity, Honorable Mutala. I know you want to be seen on the screen, and so that you can get attention with Mr. P.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Honorable Muntala, you don't have the floor.
No, but Mr. Chairman,
please, you don't have the floor.
No.
Please. Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip.
It's point of order.
Go ahead and ask your question. Please, Honorable Chief Whip, I'm begging you.
It's point of order.
Honorable Whip. So how do you get the balance? Abandoned, so-called abandoned roads, and the new ones which may be of good importance. How are you going to get the balance? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, it's point of order. It's important. It is important you allow me to speak.
Honorable Muntala, you do not have the floor. So I still insist that you don't have the floor.
Say that.
Ask your question.
Yeah, Chairman. My colleague, a very good friend, Minority Whip, is right. And let me state it again. The projects that we are going to prepare for Big Push are not for abandoned projects, small projects. I already said they are the key big intervention projects. For instance, there has been on the drawing board for some time an orbital around Accra, which goes Chopoli all the way to Bujumbura. That project, over 100 kilometers of road, makes a significant intervention in terms of traffic management within the Accra itself. That project ought to be prepared properly, costed, make sure value for money is done, and then presented to the finance minister for funding. At the same time, it is the responsibility of finance ministry to continue funding projects that are on site. So Big Push is not about completing the projects already on site, but the major intervention project that can actually pay for itself, that can actually make huge impact on the country. So that is the difference. So we're not going to stop ongoing projects. The president has already made a commitment to that. However, the big push projects are dedicated and significant projects that are not going to be rushed, but are going to be done effectively so that all Ghanaians will get the impact of those projects. So that is the difference between the big push basket of projects which are yet to be developed and ongoing projects.
Thank you very much. Honorable Muntala, do you have any more questions? You are entitled to one last question. It is now the turn of Honorable Kofi Mafo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to congratulate my ranking, who is now the Chief Whip. I want to congratulate him for his nomination. I heard him saying that for him, the 100 billion debt, the 20 billion, and then the 15 billion, and then 665 million interest. For him, he considered that part as a waste of funding. I want to ask him, when he said wasted funds, I want to ask him, what does he mean by
that? Thank you, my good friend. I call you Kofi, but today, Honorable Kofi Mafo. The reason I say it's a wasted fund is this. If we owe 113 million, and because we are unable to pay, the interest on the 113 million is now 665 million. What it means is that the 665 million is a waste to the people of this country, because that money is not 665 million Ghana cedi worth of road works. It's just the 30% compounding interest on the unpaid certificate. That is what it is. Ghanaians get 113 million worth of road, but they pay extra 665 million extra money for nothing. There's as interest. There can't be a waste bigger than that. And I'm not saying it's peculiar. It only started today. It is the way road construction contracts are put together in this country. There's something wrong with it. It is not the fault of even the contractors, because I earlier said they borrow money to do this work. If we were to pay them on time, there wouldn't have been the interest compounding. So I don't even blame them, because the 665 doesn't even go to them. Perhaps they borrowed money from the bank, and they have to give them that money back to the bank. So the only winners in this case might be the banks. But it's a road ministry supposed to be a source of good business for a bank this way. Yes, they can be good business, but not in this format. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Your second question, or you have a follow-up?
A follow-up.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Nominee. Yes, I want to ask you, if you become the minister, what are you going to do differently?
Yes, okay.
So that 665 million wasted funds will not be there?
Well, my answer to that I've already provided, that as for payment, it is the Ministry of Finance job to find the money. But what I can do to help, and as I stated earlier, is to bring together the stakeholders, contractors and everybody. I am sure if we were to call contractors and sit down with them and say, look, this debt, frankly speaking, the finance minister, who is the leader of the house, has already stated, if all the taxes we collect is 200 million, a billion, you can't hand over all that to just one ministry. And if you keep that money on the books, it keeps getting worse. So maybe, we need to sit down with all the stakeholders to see where we cut our losses. Do we agree with them? We pay you off a certain amount of money. If you owe a bank, we can draw the bank in. After all, did we not see the whole country try to negotiate debt that is owed, even individuals? So I think that the time has come for us to bring together all players in the road sector to see how we can make this sustainable. You see, if government keep owing and we are not paying, we are not even a better customer to the contractor. That is why today you call some contractors, want to award them work, they will tell you it's better to sleep than to take the job. Because they take the job and he's got debt on his head. So we need to make construction attractive business to recruit and give employment to young people, especially those in the technical fields, engineers and everything. At the moment, that is not happening. So we'll sit down with the stakeholders to see, maybe the committee can get involved, as we call the stakeholders, and chart a new path. Surely, this is not sustainable. We can't continue this way.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, I want to find out from you. This capping and decapping has become an issue in Parliament, and you have been an advocate against capping. Tell me, how are you going to decap this particular road fund that has been capped?
Yes, you are right. I've been an advocate of decapping statutory funds, especially road fund. I worked out something. When you see the amount of money collected into the road fund and the amount of money released to them and the one that government pays at GOG, it turns out that basically the finance ministry just take part of the road fund and keep it and give it back to them as GOG funds. So in other words, they don't actually put in much money of themselves. I would still continue to advocate for the road fund to be decapped because it is better for them to have that money and pay off contractors that they owe to stop the compounding interest than to keep on capping, taking away more than 50% of their money, and then the problem stays with all of us. So I'll continue to advocate for decapping of road fund.
Thank you very much. Next question. Probably your last question.
Yes, my last question. Mr. Nominee, you were on record as saying that 240 million was used, $240 million was used for E-Gate. Immigration Service came out to debunk it, stating that they spent $1.7 million. I want to find out, do you still hold on to the 240 million claim, or you agree with Immigration Service?
Thank you very much, my good friend. Actually, I spoke in context. And the rebuttal by Immigration Service, I didn't see how that is a rebuttal. I see it as even a confirmation of what I said. Because, in effect, what they have said is that they were talking about the total cost, the life cycle cost of the project, which is what? 297 million instead of the 240 million. So I was wondering what kind of rebuttal is that? That I allege that you were doing something for 240, and you come out to confirm that you were doing it for 297. But the difficulty for Ghana Immigration Service is that they probably don't know what they were doing. Indeed, the few physical immigration, e-gates that were planted could cost 1.7 million Ghana cedi. But if government had listened to what I was saying, it wouldn't have resulted into some of the embarrassment we saw at the airport when the vice president was trying to commission it. The former vice president. If I were to tell you today that there is not even any contract for the e-gate, there is no contract. So what the 1.7 million they were talking about, there's no contract.
There's no any contract.
And they didn't know. I'm a ranking. I have information. This is a letter signed, this is a memo from the Ministry of Finance. When I started talking, do you know what they did? This memo is dated 19th March 2024. And what is the memo saying? submission of final proposal on the development of a national border management system. Are you aware that this project is already being implemented by Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, and the e-gate was supposed to be done for free? Why are we even supposed to pay $1 for something that we are supposed to get for free? So when you see, when they started backtracking, do you know what they did? They now went and did this memo, and the memo title I've given you. And now they said...
Honorable Kennedy Nyako and Honorable Yusuf, order.
Let me read to you. They said contract value, $147,765,627 million. Then they said contract duration, 10 years. Support and management fee, 10%. Support and maintenance fee, 18%. I repeat, Ghana ought not pay even $1 for the so-called e-gate project. In fact, whilst we were at the discussion, they were now at Ministry of Finance trying to do VFM for a project that has already been implemented. I am sure when the nominee for transport appears, you can get more details of that. So, Immigration Service, you have basically confirmed my allegation that you have forgotten that the implementation of this rests in the domain of the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority. You have no business carrying out this. And this is a UN Security Council resolution. It lies with Ghana Airport Company Limited. So I have not said anything that I need to depart from. But to repeat that what they were doing was not right. There's a contract. It's no value for money.
There's no contract.
Honourable Member, you have your Chairman, last follow-up question.
Chairman,
do you have any?
Please, Chairman, with all respect to you. Chairman, with due respect, that is why we have subject matter committee leadership. My colleague has indicated that it's a matter he wants to correct. That Honourable Senyako, would you endure him just a minute, please?
Well, I indicated a few minutes ago that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, the procedure must be followed. I intimated to you that when a member has a follow-up question to ask, it is only after asking the follow-up question that another person can be given the opportunity. That is why I'm asking him whether he has a follow-up question or not. So it is after exhausting him that a different person can come. Whip, don't do this to create the impression that I am not being fair.
Speaker, I'm not saying, Speaker, with respect. No, we will never say that you are not being fair. We have a responsibility to help you moderate this verdict. Exactly that's what we are doing. That is exactly what we are doing. We won't take anything away from you. So Speaker, I will defer to you on some of these.
The member who has the floor asking the question. I am asking whether he has the last supplementary question. So if he doesn't have, then I can use my discretion to give the floor to whoever I'm supposed to give the floor.
Speaker, with respect, but where even that notwithstanding. Oh, what is that? I am not debating. I'm saying, please, would you listen? Listen to me.
Don't lecture anybody here. Please, defer to the chairman. Defer to the chairman. You are not the chairman.
You see, you are not tolerant.
Please, defer to the chairman. You seem to be lecturing everybody. Defer to the chairman. Respect the chair.
Yes, so our colleague is deferring.
You have made a request.
Just saying that he's deferring.
You have made a request.
Look, I am the chief. I have a responsibility to also guide my
members. You have made a request. Allow the chairman to make the decision.
Why?
Please, allow the chairman to make the decision.
So, Honorable Kofi Mafu, you have exhausted all your questions.
Yes,
now,
yes, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Kennedy Osenyako, you want to clarify an issue. What is the clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a few clarifications. When the Honorable Nominee stated that there wasn't any contract for the e-gate, I'm surprised. Same project is being done by Civil Aviation Authority. These are two different projects. The E-Gate was started by the World Bank. They did a few ones, and at a point in time, there was no funding. So after the World Bank project, it was suspended. Now Ghana Immigration Service decided to find an innovative means to get the rest to be done. It is not, the cost of the project is not going to be borne by the government of Ghana. Passengers will be paid. They are going to pay for it. It's part of the ticket. And secondly, the API project.
Order. I believe the nominee is capable of dealing with the issue.
The airport passenger information project, which is being done by Civil Aviation Authority, is completely different from what the Immigration Service is doing. So I just want to put it on record. I don't know where he got his information from, but I believe some of this we need to put it in the proper context, not to degenerate any kind of controversies at the end. So
thank you very much. Honorable nominee, any comment?
Yes, my good friend is the ranking currently, and he understands that we both have deep understanding of what's happening at the airport. As part of UN Security Council resolution, those of us who travel through some airports, let's take Singapore. You'll notice that when you get to the airport, you don't meet any immigration officer. You take your passport, place it on the E-Gate, and it goes through. It is only when they have issues with you that they will direct you to a human being. Why? Because you have provided information already to the authorities in Singapore, and they've checked it, and you are okay. So he's right. When we talk about this, people think we are talking about, initially, immigration said it costs 1.7 million cedis. It is an integrated project. If you read their press release, and I think Graphic published it, they confirmed that, yes, point number 5, the E-Gate system alone comprises 15 units of E-Gate with accessories, which form part of the border management system being installed at KIA at a cost of $1.7 million. Then if you go back, point number 6, they then go on and say that the 240 million referenced in the in circulation in the article that they are referring to me on my social media handle relates to the whole life cycle cost, and the project, including the initial implementation, would cost $94 million. Who says Ghanaians are not going to pay? If you take tax from Ghanaians on behalf of government, it's government money. Why is the entity, this particular entity, believe that something that another entity is ready to do for free? And I'm repeating, this E-Gate integrated system is already part of what another entity is doing for free. The records are there. Go to Ghana Airport, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority today and find out whether they have started implementing a project which would have provided the E-Gate for free. And come and report to the committee. So this matter must be settled. And that is why I say that Ghana Immigration Service did not debunk me. They actually confirmed what I have said. I know exactly what I'm saying. And I would even encourage them. As far as the UN resolution is concerned, UN Security Council resolution is concerned, it is the law that we have done for Ghana Civil Aviation Authority that is what is supposed to be used to implement this. Immigration officials are only supposed to play a role. Second, it is also something that Ghanaians should look at. Today, we have over 1,000 immigration officers working at the airport. Can you believe it? 1,000. 1,000 immigration officers at Kotoka alone. 1,000? Yes. It turns out some people have to go to work once every 2 weeks. So I'm not saying immigration officers are not needed, but which country do you go to that before you check in your bag, somebody checks you? After you check in your bag, before you even approach the immigration officer, 2 more immigration officers look at your passport and give it back to you. Then you go into the booth. Then they stamp your passport. Then when you get out, another immigration officer sees you. Then when you finish and they scan you, somebody is also looking at. Which airport do you see this? It makes experience of when we advertise that Ghana is a gateway for tourism and other things. We all have friends who are expatriates. They don't enjoy this experience. They get treated as if they are criminals until they are proven otherwise. So we need to work on this. So I encourage Ghana Immigration Service, please work with Ghana Civil Aviation Authority to implement this project. And at all costs, if we can get it for free, don't even attempt to take $1 from anybody.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Yusuf Suleimana.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, let me also congratulate you for your nomination. Like others have said, when it comes to your competence, nobody doubts it. My first question relates to concrete roads. In 2017, the former Vice President, I'm talking about the defeated presidential candidate of the MPP, Dr. Muhammadu Mahmoud Bawumia, promised Ghanaians that he was going to build concrete roads. And in his opinion, concrete roads are durable, concrete roads are cheaper, and concrete roads are the roads that Ghanaians deserve. You are not there yet, but I believe that you might have interacted with experts or officers of the ministry. Do we have any concrete roads built after their promise was made? And do we intend to go that direction? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yusuf, for this very important question. I remember the story was linked to the former Vice President when he visited one of the roads in Tema. Actually, that project was being executed by a private entity. Exactly. So he went there and saw what was going on and liked it and said, henceforth, you're not going to see asphalt, you're going to see concrete roads everywhere. The fact is that I am not aware government has constructed any concrete road anywhere. It is also misleading to say concrete roads will be cheaper than asphalt, because the QSs and engineers will tell you the road you see as concrete road is actually a reinforced concrete slab. That is one of the highest level of concrete with steel in it. So how is that supposed to be cheaper than in fact, you can get anything between 15 to 30% depending on the mix of the concrete as the additional cost over asphalt. So yes, in some cases, if we can, we should build concrete road. Currently, the only public concrete road of significance is the Accra-Tema motorway, built by President Nkrumah. I'm not aware of any major concrete road project currently ongoing or completed.
Speaker,
thank you.
Just a second. Speaker, I want to draw my colleague's attention. He just asked his question. For heaven's sake, please, leave Dr. Bawumia alone. Leave Dr. Bawumia alone.
Honorable,
take it lightly. Any attacks.
Honorable,
any attacks.
Honorable,
leave the man alone.
Honorable Anodonpre, you are out of order. Order, you are out of order. Honorable Yusuf, proceed with your next question.
Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful. Mr. Chairman, I think my minority leader should be a bit tolerant. And as long as Chief Whip should be tolerant, and as long as the former president will take all the benefits that are due a former vice president, we will refer to him as and when it's necessary.
Proceed to ask your question.
Yes, Chairman, I will do that. Chairman, even though the nominee has already answered a question on abandoned roads, I want to find out. There were some roads that were abandoned for political reasons. For instance, take roads in the Bole Bamboy constituency. All roads that were started under the NDC administration in 2015-2016 were all abandoned. As a member of parliament, I asked a question on the floor of parliament as to when those roads were going to be fixed. And I remember very well, my good friend, Honorable Patrick Boama, interjected and said that what was Mahama doing and he didn't fix the roads. What was President Mahama doing and he didn't fix the roads when he was the president. Today, if we are going to address the issue of abandoned roads, will you consider prioritizing those that were abandoned for political reasons to complete them before you look at other roads? That's my question.
Chairman, for the vivid explanation and very unfortunate situation described by my good colleague, that will be priority number 1 in terms of completing abandoned road projects.
So my last, do you have a follow-up on that? No, a member has a follow-up. So I recognize Patrick.
No, my last one.
Chairman, I was just, I was just putting my good friend from Bole Bamboy on record that he should produce the Hansard that said I made those comments on the floor, else those comments ought to be expunged. I'm also referring the chairman to Standing Orders 86 on questions and require of you to do exactly what I've requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You see, proceed to ask the question without all these sideline commentaries.
Mr. Chairman, those are the ones that makes the question sweet. Mr. Nominee, my third question is that one of the major roads in the Western Corridor starts from Tichimai up to Hamili. As I speak to you, the road is in a very deplorable state. That instead of using 3-4 hours to travel on it, you need a whole day. It's because it was abandoned for 8 good years. Will you prioritize this road when next week you are approved? And I know you'll be approved. Tell me.
Thank you very much. Nominee.
Thank you. Thank you.
Order.
Thank you, my very, very good friend, Honorable Yusuf. As long as you say to, about those projects, that is priority number 2.
No, I have a follow-up on this. Follow-up. I have a follow-up.
Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up.
A follow-up on the Techiman.
Yes.
Very well.
Yes. Nominee, I said to you that it got deteriorated because of lack of maintenance. So I want to find out, will you prioritize regular maintenance of roads in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, he asked a very important question. The principle is that you should spend more on maintenance of your existing roads than building new roads. So, but the records we have in terms of road maintenance, and my colleagues on the road committee can tell, things have gone really bad in the past 8 years. In fact, the record of road maintenance we had in 2016 is unmatched till today. If you check 2023 record, in areas that we do 9,000 kilometers, the MPP government was doing just 3,000. So they have really let the country down in terms of road maintenance program. So I said it in one of my initial responses that we need to commit more to road maintenance. Sometimes all you need to do is to spend a little amount of money to address a spot improvement, and the road can still continue to be motorable. But once you abandon it, it becomes a major problem and makes the whole road, the use of the road, not safe at all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Honorable members. Honorable Jaja, order. Honorable members, in line with Order 2177, I will take a question from Jerry Shaibu as a member of the leadership of the House. So, Jerry, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I first wish to congratulate Honorable Govins Agboja. My question is, I have made some observations. Please, can you? I've made some very critical observations, including the road markings, street lights, quality of roads, traffic lights, and I don't think that my government has been in power since the inception of this country. So, yes. So,
Honorable Jerry, address the chair.
Mr. Chair, yes, I am addressing you.
So please proceed with your question.
I have realized that most of these are dysfunctional. So from my beloved Malam to Kaswa, you would realize that no street light is working. When you get on the major road, the motorway, you would also realize that stop talking. No street light is working. Most road markings are also not working. In the night, it's not very safe to drive. You can easily get an accident. I know your capacity. I know that you want to prevent accidents. You want to have people drive in a very clean, motorable roads. I just want to find out, what are your plans to have them resolved? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Nominee, your response.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think my colleague has asked a very important question. This is our capital city. It is strange that you drive in parts of our city at night and the roads are not illuminated well, no road markings. And I know a number of friends from abroad, when they come, they keep asking, how are you able to drive on these roads? Because there's no signage, there's nothing. With street light, there's a bit of an issue that has come to the attention of the Road and Transport Committee. If you notice, Ministry of Local Government through Common Fund does supply street lights sometimes. Ministry of Energy does supply street lights sometimes. And sometimes they supply these street lights and give it to the assemblies and others and ask them to go and install. Whether those lights are of the highest quality is another question. Whether they are installed properly is another matter. So it is a synergy between Ministry of Energy and the local authorities. As for the roads, the physical roads are under the domain of the road ministry. The safety on the road is between Ministry of Road and Ministry of Transport, because National Road Safety Authority is under Ministry of Transport. So I think this issue can best be addressed with a combination of how we take a second look at that. Whose job is it to supply, install, and maintain street lights in Adaklu? Is it Ministry of Energy or the Adaklu District Assembly? That question has never been answered. But we all see street light distributed to the assemblies and sometimes through members of parliament. Well, mainly during elections. So we need to address this. And many people have also complained that some of the street lights that are supplied don't last. Maybe it is the way it is installed. Maybe it is something else. So we'll address it. But the major things you talked about, including your constituency and the motorway, are of concern. The challenge, though, is that the motorway is currently under contract. They may have to do some work to an extent for us to know where the street lighting would be. Because perhaps if you go and even fix them today, next week, when they are doing clearing, maybe it will be in the right of way, it will not be there. So as for the motorway, we may have to provide a temporary situation. But your area, we'll look at it. When this committee generously recommends me to the plenary and I get approval and go to the ministry, I promise to get it.
And that will not be the third priority.
Any further question?
Yes,
Honorable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Chair, I also heard my very good friend enumerate a lot of problems. One of the major ones is the interest on contracts. And I think I heard you say it's about 30%. Are you considering redrafting contracts so that the 28 days, which is normally when IPCs are raised and they are supposed to be paid, and there is default in payment, that is where now the interest arises. Are you considering redrafting contracts? And if so, are we also considering making prompt payments to contractors? Because this is where, and also, are you also actually considering having a synergy with maybe some banks so that they can perhaps provide mobilization and pre-financing of some of these projects instead of rather getting to pay them as interest? Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Whip, are you talking about review of those contracts or redrafting?
Chairman, yes, Chairman, I think I get what he's saying, and I know you are one of the experienced lawyers in this house. You know, once the contract has taken effect, any attempt to go and redraft portions of that contract, you can, but you need the agreement of the parties that form that contract. So it will be more of the new contracts. I think that is what he's talking about. But that is not the solution. The solution is prompt payment. I know that some banks initially took up the responsibility of providing some support to the contractors. Many of those banks have withdrawn since because of this interest matter. Well, I don't want to mention the banks. Some of them will say, we'll take you on, but we don't want to be responsible for the interest between you and government. Like I said, if you see what has happened on the first issue in 2018, because the delays was on 2,464 days times 30%. So you can imagine. So every 28 days is calculated and added to the other one. So indeed, we have to look at some of the way we write some of these contracts. But until government begins to pay promptly, that would still be very little in terms of achievement in reducing the interest on delay payment.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is just a follow-up. And this is on the basis of the review and the redraft aspect. I'm looking at contracts that you would now, as it were, now construct. So new contracts. As to whether or not you want to review, that's not within my remit. But I'm looking at contracts that, as Minister of Roads, are you considering maintaining the 28 days where, when there is a default, you are going to pay interest of 30%? That is the question, please.
Well, thank you very much. You referred to me as Minister of Roads. It is only going to happen when you give it. So I take it as amen. But it is difficult to just say here without consultation. I said earlier, there will be the need for engagement with stakeholders. That's Ministry of Finance, Attorney General, and then my ministry. We can come up with something that is more humane to the contractor and sustainable to government. So I'm hoping, when approved, I would update the House as to the best way forward with regard to this particular matter.
Any further questions?
Yes. Honorable Nominee, so the repeal of Act 540, that established the Ghana Highway Authority, and what you think the National Labour Commission has done to virtually suspend the implementation of the National Roads Authority. What's your take or your view on
that? It's now an act. We have actually passed it. It's in force. The rationale behind that law is to not collapse the road agencies, but harmonize the way they work, which requires creating a new apex body, led by the Director General. not much about the law, but it appears implementation has hit, has got to a point where there's a snag. So there's a lot of discomfort at the road agencies, highways, feeder road, and urban roads. What I can commit to do is to sit down with them and see the best way. I'm hearing all sorts of things. I have no way of verifying them in terms of who is appointed to be the head, which agency the people are from. It is to be premature for me to make any definitive comment on that, but I know the House has approved it. If it is necessary for us to pause the implementation and take a look at it, I will come to the House and seek your approval. If it requires, let's go ahead, but make some changes and bring some allies to operationalize it. I will do the same thing, but it is premature for me to make any sweeping statements about that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Yes, Honorable Nominee. So I've also cited President Mohammed's 120-day social contract. I did not see anything in reference to roads. Does that make it a priority? And is it a matter that you would want to pay a lot of attention to?
Well, Chairman.
Honourable members, can we have order?
President Mahama.
Can we have order?
President Mahama is very clear on his mind as to what is contained in the 120-day commitment he's made to the people of this country. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, with the kindness of our colleagues from both sides, me being vetted today is also a record of the expeditious way President Mahama promised to form his government. And I want to thank my colleagues from the minority side. The issues he wanted to put before Ghanaians, he's placed them before Ghanaians. It is based upon that he's been given the unprecedented win in this election. So if Ghanaians wanted him to add road and every detail, they would have talked about it. Road is a priority to President Mahama, but let's look at how he delivers on the 120-day commitment, which includes the repeal of some taxes and many other things, which you rightly said. After that, we can pay attention to other things. But he's not saying until after the 120 days, we are not going to be dealing with roads. Indeed, this is just a second batch of ministers, and the road ministry is part of it. It tells you how much premium he places on the road ministry and other ministries. The other ones are going to come along the same thing. It doesn't mean that the ministries that are not here are not premium, but I'm saying that with specific to the road you talked about, he places a lot of emphasis. And you can also attest to the fact that some of the best and biggest interventions on road in this country happened under his leadership. So he's got a track record of delivery, and he will deliver.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Lydia Odole-Soa. Rita Odole-Soa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I wish to congratulate my leader who has been nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, for your nomination. Honorable Leader, talking about routes, Honorable Nominee, talking about routes, thank you for the correction. Yeah. The Accra Beach Road, Accra-Tema Beach Road, which passes through the Dadekotopon constituency, started construction a long time ago, and the contractor has abandoned site. Due to this, there are quite a number of accidents and pedestrians being knocked down by vehicles because we do not have street lights to be on during the night. I want to find out from the Honorable Leader whether you are going to add this to your priority list to ensure that the Beach Road will be constructed in due time. to assist pedestrians and motorists who ply that route?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and I thank our colleague for the question. I live in Tema, so I know the importance of the beach road as an alternative route into Tema. Indeed, that project was ongoing, and originally part of the China Development Bank 3 billion agreement by, may he so rest in peace, President Mills. Since then, the loan was stopped and restarted under President Akufo-Addo. Unfortunately, that project is suffering the same fate of many other projects, including motorway, Adomi, motorway, what do you call it, Central University, and many others. So indeed, the contractor is not on site. Once again, it is difficult to ask the contractor to go and fix street lights where they hasn't gotten a stage to do that. But I think there can be safety measures deployed temporarily to make it is. So talking to the resident engineer, I think we can discuss how to make it safe for now whilst we wait for the completion of that particular project. It's a very important project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question or follow-up before?
Further questions.
Further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And Honorable Leader, I'm glad the NDC administration is bringing back the toll booths operations. And I also want to support my colleague that when operations begin, in as much as we want to prevent leakages, the persons with disability who were recruited earlier and dismissed should be reconsidered so that they also begin fully employed to take care of their families. I want to have your take on that.
Thank you very much. We are bringing tolling of public roads back. We are not bringing toll booths back. As I said, it will be deployed on a platform, which means that there wouldn't be physical toll booths where drivers will have to stop and pay. So with regards to the disabled people, sure, we are going to be able to re-engage them. I even said that earlier. We'll re-engage them and make sure that those of them who are capable of playing a role are brought on board to play a role on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question or follow-up? Very well.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, nominee, going into the Ministry of Roads and Highways, your colleagues will be knocking at your doors, and I believe we are going to find you when we come there, including myself. I know there are some 2 doors to your office, and I believe when you are there, you attend to us and open your doors to us. On this note, I want to say congratulations on your nomination. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an idea of where the doors are. I've not gotten there yet, so I don't know where the doors are, but surely the door that opens for you to see me, I'm one of you, will be able to do this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Patrick Yauboma.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Let me congratulate my good friend and brother Kwame Abuja for his nomination. I wish you the very best, Kwame. Kwame, just to inform you that Sunyani Techiman, Wenchi, Sola, Wa have all been awarded for rehabilitation, and Meshes, Maripoma, Hardwick, and Water Impacts are the contractors. Just to inform you. Thank you. To my first question. Tesano has very good roads. Kwame,
please proceed. Please proceed. Address the chair and proceed with your question. Honorable Suleimana Yusuf, please. It is not only speaking into the mic that can be disruptive. If we talk about disruption, it is not necessarily speaking into the microphone. So please, take a cue. Your question.
Chairman, every MP from Circle, that's Okaikwe South, to Paga, if that person doesn't fly, we either go through the east or through the central corridor. The dualization of that stretch began in 2002 under President Kufuor. Minister Gidisu, at a point, suspended the dualization program to the extent that Honorable, the time after your Congress in Sunyani, raised issues with that suspension. President Kufuor came, he continued from Kwafu Krom, which is in Samoa Duajiri, to Apedra. I remember in 2009, President Mahama even commissioned the overpass around the old Peace FM area. 9 indigenous contractors, Kwame, are undertaking the dualization program. Osino and Yinem, up to a point, around your area, Jaso, that area. Want an assurance from you whether those projects will be duly completed and the remaining 94 kilometers from Jaso to Konongo will be tackled, and to continue from where the Swami interchange is being constructed through Techiman, Kentampo, and Tamale and beyond. That defines our country's road infrastructure, and the fact that a similar intervention was made from Rawlins's time, may so rest in peace, Kaneshi to Malam, Kufuor continued to Kaswa, to Yamransa, and to Alubo, under President Mills and President Rawlins. Amen. Kwame, those are critical roads that has caused a lot of accidents. And if for any reason you want to be remembered for, as a good minister, for roads, including Bong to Aflao, you need to remember for these roads. What assurances are you giving to the good people of this country on these critical roads that I've mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I earlier gave the indication that the President himself had committed to completing ongoing projects. You are also right by listing these projects as projects on site. The little challenge is that many of these projects are on the back of GOG. So once the contractors raise certificate, they are not paid. In fact, the bypasses on the Accra-Kumasi Road, you can tell that the intensity of the contractors have dwindled significantly. So it is not merely awarding the project. It is about finding sustainable sources of funding to deal with them. You will notice that in 2022 or so, you mentioned Swami Interchange. We approved the loan. I probably was the one who seconded the motion for it because it's a critical, intersection in Kumasi. And the way it is creates a problem. Since we approved it, it was supposed to be a project done in 36 months. But you know that the contractor only turned up on site somewhere close to the end of this year, last year. And the percentage of work done on the interchange, guess what? Less than 2%. Terrible. There are two components. The interchange component and the other road network within the area. The other road network within the area is just about less than 10% work done. Also because of the debt restructuring, because it's a loan, a commercial loan from somewhere. So as long as we can find the resources, and I indicated earlier, my job is to prepare and package projects and for the finance minister to fund. I will never relent in the advocacy to make sure we have enough money in the kitty to pay contractors working in our communities. including Adaklu. I have no doubt that colleagues have the bigger burden of addressing road issues in their communities than anybody else. And together, once we can find the resources, we can deal with these things together, including the road to Joaso and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further
You
questions?
love Joaso. Kwame, I don't know if you have your party's manifesto with you. If not, let me turn your attention to chapter 4 of the NDC 2024 manifesto. Powering growth through infrastructural development, and more particularly to the road sector. Let me get there. You've listed a lot of roads and bridges to be constructed under that paragraph. That's paragraph 4.2.5, upgrading road transportation systems. A lot of roads. Pages 107 of 200, Roxanne, if you care to know. Pumankuma Boko Boga Tumuwa Tamale Yendi. You've listed a lot of roads. Abrin Sawam, and to the extent that you are promising to even regularize Okada and what have you. And it's in the manifesto. I've seen about 13 bridges and also a paragraph on road safety.
$1 million.
You don't want us to ask a question. Why are you asking the questions? We allow you.
Kwame, given the situation in which you find yourself in, and the facts alluded to, that the indebtedness of the road sector is close to 100 billion cedis, which you know that the MTEF had made provision to pay for it over a period, and is captured for the 2025 to 28 MTEF program. How are you going to fund all these ambitious projects? Is it going to be another Green Book promise?
Thank you very much. And
please, order.
Chairman,
please, order.
I'm happy.
Order.
These are very important questions, and I'm happy he mentioned Green Book. Kumasi Airport Phase 1 and 2 was mentioned in the Green Book. In fact, I was there at the meeting in Kumasi. Yes, when the committee insisted that the phase that came around the time NPP came be added to the phase. Today, the airport is there for all of us, Prempeh International, and it's to the credit of this committee. MPS project at Tema, that is the port project, is in the Green Book. And that project is one of the most viable income generation entities for the government of Ghana. The, how do you call it, the Legon Hospital is in the Green Book. And it's one of, it's the highest end of medical facility in our country. The Rich Hospital is in the Green Book, and it's one of the best. And many, many more. Circle interchange. Tamale Airport phase 1. So, as for the Green Book, it is a record of achievement. And I think maybe unlike the project tracker, these ones are a bit in color. You can see them in color. But the significant question you asked, how do you fund this? I must be frank, and I've said it already. The finance minister designate was here, and he said the revenue is just about 200 billion. How do we fund all the things that we needed to fund, including salaries of us members of parliament? We have to work together to cut waste. How do you cut waste? The fact that President Mahama is insisting on having only 60 ministers is one of the ways to cut waste, without a doubt. Nobody would have thought that a president would say 60, and that includes deputy ministers, regional ministers. People say he cannot do it. He is doing it. So he's a man of his word. Yes, it's going to be tough. But NDC has got tough people to address the issue. I am not promising all these roads that have been awarded. I was very unhappy when we approved the Swami interchange, and work never started until somewhere close to the end of last year. And as we speak, less than 5% of the work done. How could we have done that to somebody who served this house all these years? I'm talking about Honorable Cheme Sabonsu. We've not been fair to him. So, yes, we will continue that project as long as we find the money and deal with this. So I agree with you that the list of projects is almost endless. And the difficulty is that some of the methods used to procure these projects also ought to be reviewed. If you have a situation where, for instance, a project is awarded in Ghana to a Ghanaian contractor on a design and build, he comes up and he goes to site and he later comes to tell us how much he wants to charge. Meanwhile, you have already contracted. And he comes up with even a ridiculous figure, you are bound to deal with it. So we are also committing that major projects will be prepared, costed better, so that we can tie the cost down, so that we can budget properly and get them done. So your question is very important, and we shall do exactly that.
Thank you very much, Kwame. My last question.
Yes.
Yeah. It's on the Volivo Adafo Adidome Bridge. I know the Japanese have given us some funding for it, and it's less than the project sum. How are you going to raise money to top up or to get a full funding? Thank you. And congratulations again, Kwame. I'm done.
I think my colleague has a very important question. This project is very dear to the people who use that corridor. In 2016, I think once again I was, on behalf of my then chairman, moved a motion for the adoption of this. So the bridge component was coming from JICA. I think it's just about 10 billion yuan or something like that. The difficulty is that since then, for the 8 years, we didn't do much because the Japanese insisted we build the approaches from Masuchari Junction to the bridge and from the bridge to Esikuma. Because the bridge, the access has to be there for them to come and install the bridge. It is only recent that I'm told AFDB have given the money for the construction of the approaches. The contractor, we are told, just mobilized to site, so you wouldn't see much going on. Yes, you are right. When they went to tender, the bidder who won the tender, the bid is twice what the Japanese have committed to give us. So it will be important for government to approach Japan to discuss the funding gap to make sure the project works. I am hopeful we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not the turn of Honorable Mahama Ayaraga. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And let me join colleagues to congratulate our Chief Whip on his nomination to the Roads Ministry. You gave us an indication of the commitments of the Roads Ministry. And then we have seen very starkly the variation between what we actually got by virtue of the value of projects executed and what we owe by virtue of having not paid and then the debt accumulating based on interest calculated based on a formula that you yourself disagree with in terms of road contracting. That is evidence of a certain indiscipline, which is to award contracts when you haven't budgeted for them. You haven't made provision for them in your budget. You don't have money for them, and then you award contracts. Is this a culture that will continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, this is not a culture that Ghanaians even want us to continue, even if we wanted to continue. I can understand why some projects may be awarded in an emergency without full packaging. But the norm should be that projects are properly packaged, costed before going to site. And we have already committed that that will be the norm for major projects. If it's necessary for us to do quick interventions, i.e. a bridge is collapsing, that is a different one. But the norm should be that projects should receive best value for money through competitive tendering. Thank you.
And the second question.
Thank you very much.
The second question is, when you're flying into Accra, when you're flying into Kumasi, and I think the same for Takoradi, you will see that apart from the major roads to the communities, in between the residential facilities, I will say 90% of the roads are not done. And then when you go into an estate, go to any estate, you find that the estate owner has done all the inner roads of the estate and apportioned the cost to property owners in the estate, and they are happy to pay and live in very fine estate with all the roads done so that in the evening they and their families can walk around, exercise, and then they are happy. Does that give you an indication? Does that give an indication of some mechanism that probably exists for financing those inner roads between the residential areas that you could be looking at?
Yes, Chairman, it's even associated with even government projects. There are significant hospital projects done in this country, commissioned and is in use. But the road between the hospital and the main road is nothing to write home about. So if you were to be even in an ambulance, the threshold between the public road and the hospital is difficult. I agree with you. If an estate developer can cost the internal roads into and spread the cost over the individual unit, why is it difficult to do 1 kilometer from the estate to the main road? It's a question. But maybe it's just a matter of engagement between the planning authority that approve the estate and the developer. I'm sure anybody who lives in an estate where the roads are asphalted within and have to struggle 1 kilometer before you get to the main road would have preferred that a small amount is added to the cost of the unit he purchased to have that freedom. And I think it's something we can discuss with the planning authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe congratulations are in order.
Thank you. It's now the time of the turn of the whip, Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Anodom Pray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, let me join my colleagues to congratulate my friend. In fact, it's one of the nominees whose name I heard, and I said in my heart that this is a well-deserved one. I commend you highly. You've been patient over the years, and the two of us have had a lot in common. I want to thank you publicly for all the cooperation when you was Minority Whip. Yes, we worked together. At a point, many of our colleagues had a reason to complain that we were too close. It was for the good of you. Honorable Dafemepo, it was for your welfare. And all that matters is important. So today, let's set the record straight. Our closeness was for your good. It was for your good. I intend to be brief on the line of questioning. Everybody knows in this house, Kwame, his professional background is known. his passion, things to be done right in the sector is also known. Honorable Whip, you've answered most of the questions, and if I'm doing by way of recap, I think questions on outstanding payment, you've spoken and contextualized the matters involved. Your 10 billion USD matter, you've also contextualized it. You've also spoken about the network. My good friend, Honorable Boama, walked you through the span of road, very critical, and you've answered, even though some of your answers were evasive. I thought you tried to answer. Garnishing of our account, the ministry's account, I think you've also answered in passing where you spoke up to how contracts are constructed and the effect of it, ultimate effect. My question would be, now that you've observed that the way contracts at the ministry are put together poses some danger going forward, and you have been ranking for a number of years, I don't want you to tell me you are going to sit with the Minister of Finance and you see the way out. I want to hear from you, because I know you have strong professional background in terms of your ability to profess solution. Contracts. What do you think, if you're going to depart from what is happening, how should we go about it?
Thank you, Chairman. I earlier said for putting together construction contracts, you need the advice of Attorney General, the Ministry, and the Minister of Road and Highways, and Ministry of Finance. Why? Whatever you put together as a contract must be enforceable and must be fair to the parties. I know, for instance, the insertion of the 30% in most of those contracts was intended to protect the contractors who are borrowing money and using it to do public works. And for instance, if you are a road contractor, you use your house as a collateral to take money to do a road leading to my village. Should we let the bank take your house simply because by the time you were paid, the value of the money is not up to what you borrowed plus the interest? No. But it has done a 360 where it is no longer helpful. My solution, we still need to dialogue. It is not fair for me to just sit here and declare that we would delete the payment of interest in construction contracts. That will not be appropriate. I'm not even sure whether the Attorney General would give me that advice. But I am sure Ghanaian contractors are patriotic. They also want their business to survive. So when we sit down with them, whatever we come up with, I will let the House know about it.
Mr. Chair, I want to put on record that my colleagues should bear in mind that we will not forget what you are telling us today. And we'll keep reminding you. Thankfully, all of us will be in the chamber, so we'll keep reminding you of the things you are speaking to. Yes. Now, I've looked at your CV. Your work experience is so admirable, and your educational background. If you want to contextualize your educational background as a great architect, and then work experience, I've seen the number of consultancy work you've done. What are you bringing to the table? What are you going to do differently? So that at the end of the 4 years, mind you, President Mahama has only 4 years. At the end of the 4 years, the Honorable governs, the handsome man from Adaklu. What are we going to remember you for?
Thank you very much. And I agree with you that there has to be something everybody stands for. I am totally unhappy with the level of debt in the sector. We have basically killed off the road construction as an industry. It's just not sustainable. I said I'll work with the finance minister for us to find a sustainable way. And my background gives me an opportunity to work with other stakeholders in the built environment. And I intend to leverage on that significantly to address many of the issues we have, including compensation. I did not even talk about how much we pay for compensation on things we should have done. As you know, there are right-of-ways that belong to government, and in 5 years, other state agencies lease those right-of-ways, and government now have to find money and buy them. So what I bring on board is my background in the built environment, which requires us to do things professionally and on time. You know, my passion is, even if you have to come to work and do nothing, come on time. And I'm going to insist that things are done on time. If we can't deliver something on time, I'll be one of the first to say why we can't deal with it. So I come on board to project the vision of President Mahama to deliver on what is promised Ghanaians. By the way, every president only has 4 years. You only get additional 4 years if you are voted again.
Okay. Well, that is very usual of Kwame. He will try to come back at you. Anyway, it's okay. Honorable Nominee, this will be my last question. You have been ranking for some time. And if yourself and the chair, Honorable Osenyako, are two members of this house that I can just close my eyes and point at, are people we can follow when it comes to the road sector. And you are one sincere person I know. In the context of your sincerity as part of your persona, tell me, what are some of the things that the MPP administration, the elsewhere MPP administration, 3 things that you can say, speaking as a Ghanaian, not putting on the cap of being on your propaganda stage, but your cap of patriotism, and I know you are, 3 things that you can say the MPP did well, and for nothing at all, you can praise them for it.
Chairman,
honourable members, order.
First of all, I will say when we won massively, he quickly handed over. And I want to commend him. I'm not sure he did that with the help of the party. I'm told people got angry with him when he did that. With the second thing, I believe it was good for the NPP to have vision for education and other things. However, I thought the implementation of part of that...
I want just the positives.
That will be a bit difficult. So I'll end it here.
Chairman, I'm done. I want to commend my good friend, and I also want to wish him well in the ministry when graciously we all approve of him.
Thank you very much. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Eche.
Chairman, thank you very much. Kwame, I'm emotional. I'm emotional because you got here by dint of hard work. And let me say that you've been a In the parliamentary system, you've been a shadow minister on roads, transport, and infrastructure matters for the NDC for the past 8 years. And you were remarkable, not just in that capacity, but also I can say on authority that the mentorship that you introduced in Parliament and mentored genius, I am your foremost product. You tutored me well. And I love you for that. When genius come, you take interest in their welfare, you take interest in building their capacity so that they also flourish. And that's what I love about you. What contractors may not know about you is that you don't like shoddy work. So contractors should take note. You don't like shoddy work, you don't like lateness, and above all, you like people being candid and honest with you. So they should take note. So I wish you well, and I know you succeed. With all the difficulties, you deliver on your mandate. We know of the agencies under you, the programs and policies that they have in road maintenance, their policies and programs. And the figures from the agencies leave much to be desired. So what will you be doing as a policy change, as an arrowhead for the ministry? What will be the change in your approach to maintaining our roads? So that, for instance, the new road that is between Askuma through Peki to Kweve Have, when there's a pothole, we'll quickly seal it so it doesn't deteriorate, leading to the entire road degenerating to something else. We have to look for big money to go and patch that entire stretch. What would be your change in approach to rehabilitating roads?
Thank you very much, my brother, and thank you for the kind words. I'm only doing my job as the party has given me the opportunity. And as long as we work together, I learn from everybody as well. As I said earlier, I am going into a ministry with very big interests. 3 major road agencies. I don't know everything about the ministry yet. I've been looking at it from outside. I need to get in there, take my time to understand them, and together with the players in there, chart a path that makes road construction a viable business for the Ghanaian businessman, the communities getting better roads coming into their communities, and all of us living happily in peace. So what I will do, and I can commit to, is I'll go listen, and then we develop the best way forward. At the moment, it is difficult to say emphatically what I'll meet there, but I can guarantee that we'll be more efficient, and I'm going there as the president's representative, and whatever his vision is exactly what I am taking there, and to enforce that to make sure the sector delivers to the people of Ghana. Thank you.
Any further question?
Chairman, that is so. Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, I have 26-kilometer stretch of feeder road abandoned, awarded but abandoned in my constituency. That is Todo Mechate to Tongo, Germany. Then I know of Botoku Trukwe to Vakbo Road. Then I know the nature of Ashaman roads. Now, would you consider in rolling out, improving, rehabilitating, and general construction of roads, will you consider allotting it on regional basis so that, for instance, every region basically could have, say, 50 to 60 kilometers of roads done? Some regions are more important than others in terms of this requirement, but basically, every region could boast of, say, 60 to 70 kilometer stretch of roads that are done every year, if that's feasible. And before you answer, let me conclude by saying, Mauli School, we are proud of you. We are about 6 in this parliament, and we are very proud of you. Yes, we are 6, yes. And that's remarkable. So we are very proud of you. And the whole OMSU is also proud of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's always a privilege to go to the best secondary school in Ghana, so that is acceptable. Yes, the road you mentioned, including your own road, I visited you a number of times at Tongo, and I noticed there was a contractor working on the road, but it's not completed. And the other ones that you mentioned, all this, frankly, would hinge on our ability to fund them. You asked the question and answered it in part. It would have been nice to just say, like common fund, take a quantum of money, split it between 276 constituencies. But you know, some districts are bigger than others, some have more complication. But what we can commit to do is that every community should have the ability to see, or we should do something in every constituency. There are plans. Some of the things you talk about, Shama, I had a discussion with an entity. You know, the MPS project originally was supposed to cover the hospital road all the way to the motorway. The motorway is now a different contract, but the opportunity is there to see what we can do from the hospital road all the way into Ashama. So when that discussion starts, I will engage my colleague, the MP for Ashama, to see how we can take advantage of that to complete that section which was started and stopped into Ashama and new town areas in Ashama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now move to Honorable Patricia Piaget, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to also add my voice to congratulate our brother, Honorable Abuja, for your nomination. And the responsibility given to you to ensure that our road sector is well managed. I have listened to you attentively. You've come out with all kinds of solutions, but you've been lamenting about finance. And I know that you rightly agree that ab initio, you are faced with a problem of financial inadequacy. But one of the issues that needs your urgent attention, for which Honorable Dafia Mapo has already raised, but I want us to have a very clear idea about it, and I'm talking about the road maintenance. If we want to avoid the issue of an upsurge of accidents which will result in high fatalities, it is an issue we need to address properly. And I am very much aware that when it comes to road maintenance, we spend less than 40%. We address less than 40% of the, and it's not good for us. What happens is that we begin to experience bad roads, especially during the rainy season. So I want you to come out with a clear plan of how you're going to reduce road accidents by ensuring high maintenance of our roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You will see in the first budget of the President through the Finance Minister, there will be a commitment to do this in a better way. I earlier said that if you take the record of the last year of NDC in government, which is reported in the 2017 budget, you will see how much work we've done in terms of maintenance on our roads. We are going back to that same program to allocate more resources for road maintenance. You are right. many communities are not even asking for new roads. All they are asking for is to make their existing roads motorable. And we can do that. We also noticed government have procured some equipment under DRIP. I think we can put DRIP to much more better use, but let's wait and see the policy that will come out. But I can guarantee you, with the availability of those equipment in our communities, it can enhance improvement in terms of maintenance if we allocate budget for, materials and labor. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. In your answer, I was also expecting an aspect of road, the causes of road deterioration. And in order to bring your attention to that fact, I want to ask you that many of our urban roads face rapid deterioration due to poor drainage systems. How will your ministry integrate sustainable drainage solutions into urban road projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As a rule of thumb, I think it is a rule that when you are doing public roads through any built-up area, you need to provide the necessary safety features. Drainage, walkways, and where vehicular bus stops, and also speed tables in specific places. As a matter of fact, what we see in many of our communities over a period of time, many of the roads existed in the built-up areas. So what you see is mainly asphaltic overlay. They don't normally go to bring up the strength of the base and others, because the asphalt looks nice, so they lay it overnight. And you are right, road surface doesn't like stagnant water. Once the water pads on it over a period, it deteriorates. Yeah. But if you do the design well and it gets all the curves and other things, the runoff is quick, but the runoff must go into a drain, and that drain must lead to take that water out of that community. So for existing roads, we can still do some improvement, but for new areas, we ought to adhere to these safety measures to make sure the roads last. So it's a very important observation you have made.
Thank you very much. But a follow-up on that. I think we've had several complaints from citizens that we have to reconsider the size of our drainage. And most of our drainage are also left open. And I didn't hear that from you. I want you to consider that fact and then tell us exactly how that can help, because it also goes into cost of construction. And so I would demand that from you, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is a bit technical for the design of drains. As to what the size of the drain, the width, the depth, depends on what the engineers envisage in terms of how much water will be coming into it. But indeed, you are right. It's as if when you go through our communities, almost all U drains are the same size, as if rainfall and the runoffs are the same in every community, which shouldn't be. So that one boils down to those who actually carry out the actual design of the drains as part of the road. So we need to work on that one as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, you were in the chamber when the affirmative action bill was passed into law in July last year. Going to be responsible for the road sector, I want you to put on your gender lens. And once you wear your gender lens, I'd like to put this question to you. Women in construction, especially female contractors, have often been sidelined in awarding major road projects. How will your ministry ensure equitable opportunities for female contractors and create a more inclusive construction industry? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know few female road contractors, but you are right. The proportion is way against our female counterparts. The same applies to engineering. When I went to secondary school, I can tell after secondary school how many of our colleagues actually went to do engineering who are female versus male. So sometimes it's about their availability also. But we can make a conscious effort. I thought you were going to commend me that I was one of the champions who supported you to pass the affirmative, because it's necessary. I want my daughter to grow up to be whatever God wants her to be, and there shouldn't be any barrier based on her gender. So it is upon all of us to work together to make sure that wherever we find ourselves, we create fair opportunity for everybody, irrespective of gender, to participate fully in whatever activity it is. And I'll put on that lens as you suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. A follow-up on that. I just want to find out if it would not be necessary to consciously ensure that you bring up women in that industry or more women into that industry to ensure, because I know we women are very meticulous, and if they have to do a job, they will do it well. And so I'm expecting you, since you have been the gender champion, to also come out. Don't you think there should be an effort in that direction? Thank you.
Certainly, we should make a conscious effort to develop the capacity and give opportunity. So I'll take that sincerely on board. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah. My last question is on climate resilience. You know, road construction projects under the previous governments face criticisms for environmental degradation and poor climate resilience. How will you incorporate sustainable and climate resilient designs in your road project to mitigate flooding and other environmental challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, road construction is a major contributor to emission of carbon dioxide. Apart from the fact that many heavy construction equipments consume a lot of fuel, diesel. It's also the case that sometimes when you are doing roads, the source of your heavy materials, crushed rocks and other things, may be very far away. So the amount of fuel, your pollution you need to carry out to convey material from the source to your site might increase that. But there are ways to do it. You should be able to identify closer materials, so it means that you do less haulaging, and you be careful where you traverse when you are doing your road project. And maybe we need to start thinking about, if you were doing a road in a locality, would there be materials that are of equal quality that can be used locally, instead of deciding that you still go 50 kilometers to haulage material from somewhere to the site. So these are all climate resilience features that must appear in every activity we carry out, whether it's agriculture, house building, or road construction. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. I think I have to take back my word. This will be the last one, because I forgot to really look at the issue of traffic congestion. Honorable Minister, now every part of Ghana, or even let me take just Accra, anywhere you pass, you are met with some congestion. I would like to find out from you, in the major cities like Accra and Kumasi, what would you propose to ensure that we will be able to alleviate this congestion that we are facing? First, we know that we don't want to spend so much money on fuel. And consumption is very, very high. If prices of fuel are high, you know we're going to go through a lot of expenditure. So it is important that being given this opportunity, and as your president has said, you are resetting Ghana. So our president, the president of Republic of Ghana mentioned, yes, I've corrected it. We need to reset. So we have to consider how we can address this issue of heavy traffic congestion all over the city of Kumasi and Accra. Thank you. If you have any plan to.
Thank you very much. I read the, I think, 2013 and the revised version of the integrated transport policy of our country. The intention is to have an interagency strategy. For instance, there's no city in the world that has addressed traffic congestion by just building more roads. You need to have a combination of things. For instance, you build some roads, remove bottlenecks by building interchanges, but there has to be a concerted effort in public transport network. In the previous NDC government, we started this by deploying BRT, bus rapid transport, under the Ministry of Transport. As you know, that project did not actually see much progress since then. But if you are going to address traffic congestion in Accra, Kumasi, and others, you will need to deploy a variety of public transport systems and come up with policies that actually discourages people from using too much vehicles. For instance, many people will drive alone in their car from home to work simply because we don't have enough public transport system to do that. So it can't be a Ministry of Road alone intervention. It has to be an integrated inter-ministerial intervention, which is Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, and the Ministry of Road to come up with the necessary strategies. Some light railway, some improvement in BRT as the first phase, and then we see how it goes. Of course, Baomis, Accra, Kumasi requires urgently some interventions at some of the junctions. Swami is one of them. And Accra itself has got a number of them, but lack of funding is limiting the deployment of them. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answer, but I want you to champion that because there should always be a champion. And I want to wish you well and hope that very soon you will be accepted as the Minister for Roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Ama Kofi-Boa.
Honorable Kwame Agboja,
yes,
congratulations. I can say that you are going to succeed as a road minister when you are given the nod, because I have been a clear witness to your competence and your commitment and your hard work. I have also followed you as the ranking on roads and how passionate and committed you have been. You were noted to be always the first to be in the house. And the people in the road ministry must be ready for the minister who will not play with his time. And so congratulations. There's no doubt in my mind that you bring a lot of changes to the road ministry. I have shared with you so many times, and we've talked about stories about how deplorable roads in the western region and the western north region are. I'm sure President Mahama has himself talked to you about how passionate and his wish that some of these areas that are bread basket, food production, cocoa production, when we intervene and do these roads, they inure to the benefit of Ghana. There's no doubt in my mind that you are going to commit to addressing these roads, critical roads in the western, north, and western regions. I already have about 10 paramouncies that are ready to make you development chief in these regions. And that should tell you how important this road that you have is for them. And so I know you are passionate. I know you've been with me. I want you to basically say something about your commitment to these areas.
Thank you very much. Yes, there are a number of times that the president during the campaign would ask me about some details of some roads, especially when he was campaigning in the western region. And yes, I would give him my opinion on those things. Indeed, anybody who has ever traveled across our country will notice that parts of the regions you mentioned require urgent attention in terms of roads because of the resources that get stuck there because we can't evacuate, whether it's food, timber, and other things. It's just not acceptable. So yes, I'm committing, and the president has already committed to those areas about his intention to improve those road networks. I have no other commitment than to carry through what the president has already committed to the people. And together with you and all my colleagues from those two regions and beyond, both NPP and NDC, we shall work together to address all those issues about a road network in those regions. So yes, we are committed to those things. So I want to commend the chiefs and other things. I will be visiting them myself in our community to hear the things we need to do together on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. There was a period in Parliament where we were doing road kilometers politics. I remember during President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation address, the president stated that they have constructed 11,974 kilometers of new roads. From where you sit, is these numbers correct? Do we even have to be doing this politics on roads when, quite frankly, some of these numbers don't add up? What is your view about this number that was thrown out there?
Thank you, Chairman. I think the issue in question has since been addressed by the road agencies providing, we demanded details. Though initially they issued a press statement against me, condemning me, they later came out to give a breakdown. And as I said earlier, the actual new roads constructed is just 675 kilometers thereabout. The bulk of it used to be 11,000. The bulk of the 13,000 kilometers now is reshaping, regraveling, and other interventions. But it's something we should all take on board. I don't believe the president probably did that intentionally. It was a brief he got from a ministry. And because the president couldn't have written, it's a bit too technical. Whoever wrote that speech probably should have paid a bit more attention in terms of giving the breakdowns. So I want to believe that going forward, we should all just stick to the standard way the road ministry reports on road sector interventions. If it's resealing, reshaping, just state it. There's no reason for anybody to say we have done 10,000 this. If you want to do that, then go under the same structure in the MTEF, which will tell you urban road, feeder road, and other things. And if you look at that, indeed, the NDC's record in 2016, reported in the 2017 budget, is still unmatched in terms of those maintenance works. The record show is there to show.
Thank you. When you talked about the 100 billion indebtedness in the road sector, just oppose that to the 70 billion, I was alarmed. But what I was thinking about was that for so many Ghanaians who have voted massively for the NDC, that's not a number they are going to look at. They expect their roads to be done. and they have huge expectations. What strategies do we, as road minister, you adopt to try to address some of these and meet and manage these expectations?
I know it is a big challenge, but I am ready for the challenge. I see it as an opportunity to do something new as well. Maybe I need to understand why we were doing things the way we have been doing it. It will not be easy. It's about money. But together with the House, and I've already stated earlier, it is time for us as a country to have an honest discussion about how we fund roads in this country. The window of borrowing from another person's country is almost shut, but we still need the roads. We must pay for it in one way or the other. But it must be done in a consultative way, so it's not an imposition on anybody. And I signal that my very good friend, Honorable Makwata, started the process. At the time, myself and the former minority leader, Honorable Haruna, had discussions with him. And then when the new minister, Senso, took over from him, I know they even had one of the meetings already on how to do funding for road. I intend to build upon it to make it public for the discussion to conclude on how we shall fund road projects sustainably using our own money. Because even if you want to do PPP and others, the developer want to see how he'll be repaid. I don't know how many people are in this world who are ready to give you 500 million, 1 billion to do a PPP road when they can't see how they are going to recover their money. The only way to do it is to have that discussion. Thank you.
Something you just said, and I want you to clarify. One of you were unhappy that it took too long for the Swami project to receive attention after Parliament approved it. Is that what you were saying? Because when you said that, I wanted you to clarify.
Well, I believe one of the ways you can serve your country is what Honorable Chairman Sabet Bonsu did. His name cannot be wished off this Parliament. He's been part of this democracy for this long. And I thought what we see in Kumasi, especially at Swami, was something we need to deal with. And if you check, it received a consensus on the floor as to why we should do that project quickly. Sadly, though we approved that facility in 2022, the contractor only turned up on site close to the end of last year. And the rate of work done, based on what I've seen, is just about less than 5%. And I'm not happy about that. That's what I talked about. So we need to make sure that we complete that project. It was a commercial loan. How we replace that or the lenders continue to fund it is something that the finance minister and the House will have to make a decision. I'm not even sure whether that loan is still drawable as we speak. But we have to do that project because it's critical.
Honorable, I'm sure that me and you and Honorable Atufoso will be talking a lot about our experience at the front bench. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, my boss.
Thank you. It's now the turn of minority leader and the ranking member. Honorable, you have the floor.
My respected colleague, first let me congratulate you on your nomination. You worked very hard, and I respect you for your stance on matters when you have to express your view. I believe that being a majority leader, I got a close shot of what you stand for. And I have no doubt on my mind at all that should all things go well, the nation would benefit from your talent. Honorable Amwakwata has described you as an upright and forthcoming person, the former Roads and Highways Minister. That's how he describes you. Your colleagues in the then minority caucus describe you as intelligent, frank, but temperamental. In view of the fact that this enterprise of ours is perception-driven, what will be your reaction going into the Roads Ministry in respect of this aspect of the perception held by your colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank colleagues for the feedback. I think it's important. They raise issue about my temperament, and yes, you are right. I am, when I believe in something, sometimes yourself you tell me, just be careful the way you put it. So for that part, I will work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I shall go into your CV with you. So if you have it with you, please. Page 1 of your CV. Used. Yeah, I'll be using it. Page 1 of your CV. You state your name as Kwame Governs Agboja, whereas the communication from His Excellency refers to you as Governs Kwame Agboja. What is the right way?
I prefer to be called Kwame Agboja.
Yes, Chairman, I just want the correct full name.
It's in my passport and on my Ghana card is Kwame. My middle name is Governs. My Christian name or first name is Kwame Agboja. I know people don't understand it, but I prefer my name to be Kwame. So my middle name is Governs.
Very well. So, Kwame, in all difficulties and dangers, in whom would you put your trust?
In Jehovah.
Well, that assured, I shall proceed with the necessary questions for this your vetting. If you look at page 1 again, you have languages spoken and written. And you have there Ewe, tree, English. I speak my broken Anlo with you, and then we speak English 99% of the time. My Anlo is not good at all, as you may know, because of my Efutu, dilution. So I don't speak tree with you. Is it the case that you speak the tree and write the tree as well?
I cannot, but I'm sure you've heard me even on radio speaking some tree. That is why I say I speak some tree.
Very well. So Kwame, hometown, you have Adaklu, Kodiabe. Correct me if the pronunciation.
Yes, Adaklu Kodiabe.
So what you mean is that daddy and mommy come from Adaklu Kodiabe?
No.
Please clarify. Yes.
My father comes from Kodiabe. My mother's side comes from some other places and settled at Old Baika in the Oti region.
Very well. Now, if... Yeah, sure, I know. Now, if I go through your CV again, you know, the same page 1, you have your experimental JSS, 1985 to 88. Then you have Mauli School, where you had your GCE O levels, 1988 to 91. Does that mean that because you finished the JSS, you started from Form 2?
Yes, I went to the experimental JHS, well, JSS those days it was called. So when you finish your 3 years there, you go straight to secondary school, Form 3. Then you just do 2 years, then you do the O level. That is why it's like that.
Very well. So I just needed you to clarify. Please, let's go to page 2 of your CV. So you've indicated the 2014 to date, K and Partners Limited. Position held, principal consultant. I need 2 clarifications from you. 1, were you a registered director of this company, or you were just an employee?
I'm the founder of the company.
Very well. Then, when you come to Architects Co-Partners Limited, you also have the consultant into bracket partner. Again, clarify. Are you a partner by directorship and ownership, or you are just a partner?
I operated K & Partners in the United Kingdom until I returned to Ghana in 2010. It was still in operation when I got to Ghana. I got involved in Architect Co-Partners, who belongs to a relative. And I took it over as the principal consultant. And then since then, I'm still a director and a partner of Architect Co-Partners as well.
Yes, so just the clarification again. Because you said 2010 to date, you know, if you check on it, 2010 to date. So I just wanted you to clarify whether whilst you were in Ghana, serving as a member of parliament, you were still in the employ of that company, and whether the company at all was operational, you know.
Architect Co-Partners is not very active today. K & Partners is slightly more active than Architect Co-Partners. But you will see 2010 till today simply because I got involved with Architect Co-Partners since 2010 and closed down K & Partners in the UK and restarted it in Ghana from 2014.
Very well. So you may want to do some amendments in future to that, the Architect and Co-Partners.
Thank you very much.
All right. Honorable, so again, normally we take dispensation from the speaker to practice our profession, those of us who are still in active practice. Did it ever happen that the need arose for you to take some permission from speaker to enable you practice, or really you were not too active?
Yes, in fact, I was a member of one of my favorite committees is a committee of members holding office of profit. So I made sure I took permission. We just started the 9th Parliament, and I will be doing that as soon as Parliament is properly constituted.
Well, suffice to state that you may not have the time to practice your profession. The heavy load of the Rose Minister may not permit you, but anyway, that's okay. Apart from these companies that you founded, are there other companies that you founded that you've not stated on your CV, please?
Yes, I have a parent company that I use to run other interests.
What's the name of that company?
I want to reserve since I didn't state it officially on my CV, I want to reserve.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm on notice of it, or it has come to my. I was going to put that to you, okay. Having laid the foundation. So I don't mind if it pleases you to.
I run Southwell Technical Services and others as well.
Because I know that for a fact. So since I didn't find it, I thought perhaps it was an omission. So I was laying the foundation, then put it to you. But since you've disclosed it, there's no problem at all. So this is a Ghanaian registered entity, correct?
It's a Ghanaian registered entity.
Are you the sole shareholder?
Yes, I'm the sole shareholder in that one.
And how many of you are directors of this entity?
Two.
You and who, please? You and who, please?
You want me to mention the names of the people?
No, you said two. Two of you are directors. But you are the sole shareholder.
Yes. The other person is just a director, secretary.
I understand. Okay. No, the new Register General, the new regulation, the law we passed, we can't have secretary director. You must have a secretary and director. They must be separate. Previously, you can have secretary director. So I just want to know from you. You have a secretary to this company, separate or different from a director, or you have a director secretary?
As a matter of fact, I don't play active role in these entities. I have a management firm that deals with these things. So to not put out an information that is not completely accurate, I want to reserve that one until I check.
That's fair enough. So Kwame, let's go into your days as a minority chief whip. I still remember your midnight calls and early morning calls where you would state the principled position to me that although we've had an agreement to support government business, the party position is that you shouldn't. And you don't hide that from me, which I respect you for. One of the things you never did was to surprise me. So at least I knew what stance you had. Now, tell me, why is it that a lot of the times when you were opposing me, you look elsewhere? You wouldn't look in the correct direction. Why? What really was going through your mind? Why would you look? Why would you look down or look elsewhere in the process of firing at me, your tribesman?
Chairman, I must say the minority leader is a very good friend of mine, and I don't like disappointment. So if we go to a committee and take a decision on something, and it turns out not enough consultation has been done with my party, and by the time we finish the consultation, I need to change my stance, I feel I've let the committee down at that stage. So it is not comfortable to disappoint when I knew you were riding on my word. So, my very good friend, you know, it is not easy to stand in front of somebody who you believe trusts you to say that what I told you yesterday, I can't do it. So that is why it's difficult sometimes to look at you directly and say.
So, Kwame, I'm sure you have simplified matters. For those who perhaps found you to be very difficult to understand that this is the nature of politics. And some of our actions must not be held against that. I mean, that's it. I want to know from you about this roto. When should Ghanaians expect it?
The issue about the roto got the attention of the whole country. I'm of the view we shouldn't just, as a ministry, hurriedly put together something and spring a surprise on the public. I believe there has to be some engagement to consolidate our position. So what I can say is that quickly, the consultation can start. Exactly when would the rollout be? That would be part of the first budget of President Mahama to be presented to Parliament by the Finance Minister, your own good friend, Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen.
So, you mean the policy will be introduced in the first budget?
There will be a rendition in the budget which would set the tone for what we are going to do. I sincerely believe we need to amend the road toll policy because there's a law on it. We need to, because what the law says still talks about toll booths and other things. And as I said, we are not going to build physical toll booths where drivers will stop and pay anything. So it requires us to actually amend the law. But the policy would appear in the financial policy of government when the first budget comes. Thereafter, the law, if whatever we need to do, would be brought to the House.
So you would agree with me that some costing would have to be done before the policy gets expression in the budget. You agree with me?
Certainly. We have done some simulations already. I am aware that we have done some surveys, both at the ministry and some other people have done that already in terms of the collection of data. But we are yet to engage the public with the findings and then chart a way forward. Yes, by the time we are coming to Parliament, for the policy, we should have an idea. First of all, how much we intend to charge and how much accruals we expect and what that money is supposed to do. Particularly, Ghanaians must get to know what the money is supposed to do.
But do you think Ghanaians must equally know the cost of rendering the services vis-a-vis the platforms you are going to rely on, since it's a whole technology drive?
Of course, it's an inbuilt. The cost of deploying the technology will have to be part of the rollout, because you need technology, you need a platform, you have to pay for it. So the cost will have to be part of it.
Should Ghanaians understand you to mean that you would introduce a public tender for the purposes of these IT services with the sole purpose at rolling out this new tolling system?
At this stage, I can only say that it will have to be competitive, because not all public tenders give you the lowest evaluated figure. So I will leave it at this for now.
Mr. Govins Abuja.
Actually, Kwame Abuja.
Would it please you if I go our informal way? You refer to me as Kwame now. I refer to you as Kwame. Would you be comfortable with that so that I take permission from chair?
If you do not worry anybody here, we can do that.
Very well. So, Kwame, don't you think that the goodwill of your government, which you ride on, will mean that in this important policy, you roll it out through a public tender, and even so, segregate it instead of centralizing it, so that you can have more Ghanaians who have said technology to participate? So for instance, in the southern sector, where you would have the Tema, the Wager area, you can have one tender lot, and then in the middle belt, the Kumasi area, you have another lot. In the western region, you can have another lot, and northern region. Don't you think that some indicative assurances would help the ordinary Ghanaian entrepreneur in the IT field feel good about this?
Well, I'm most excited about your concluding part, which is to make this a Ghanaian-owned thing, which will give opportunity to Ghanaians. And I take on board your valuable suggestion that in the process of selecting the would-be operators, we should make it more open. I think it's a valuable idea. When we are doing the consultation, we would consider these things before we come up with a conclusion.
So, Chairman, some stakeholders have called for the suspension of Act 118. You know, it was a bill, a law we enacted to impliedly repeal the Act 540. That is so, the Ghana Highway Authority law. What is your own view about this?
The records in Parliament will show that I participated well in the formulation of that law. I am also aware that the implementation is currently receiving challenges. What I said earlier was to say that when I get to the ministry with the kind support of this committee and plenary, I would listen to the stakeholders, i.e. mainly the agencies under the ministry, highways, feeder roads, and urban roads, to understand exactly what their challenges are. And then thereafter, come up with the best possible way of taking it forward, or if we need to tweak sections of the Act to address their issues, because I believe we need to listen to them and to address the issue. Then we can do that.
Kwame, I move to this point about quality of our roads. I hold a view that as a political class, we often get too hard on ourselves without paying attention to the technical components that lead to quality of our roads. No doubt, as a politician, you've had cause to lambast the previous government and to talk about the quality of roads. It's your bona fide. I don't take it away from you. I would have cause to criticize your government's quality of roads. I live at Abelingbe. The underbridge that connects Abelingbe to Abofu. In 2016, I saw that road being asphalted all the way to the Achimota market, that link. In 2018, heavy potholes, the road had gone bad, and it had to be asphalted again. You and I know that you being a sector minister, you will not physically inspect every single road to get the certification done for payment. Yet, all the attacks will be on you as a minister and your government. What steps do you plan to put in place to ensure that our engineers who get on the field to certify quality of work done do so patriotically? Because, my dear colleague Kwame, the debts you talked about is likely due to repeats of construction. A road has been done in my constituency, Winneba. a road from Insuechi through Jahazi to Jenjahazi, which was awarded and it was to be completed in 2008. It was done. Contractor, I don't want to mention his name, was paid. In 2009, between 2009 to 2012, again, during President Moses' era, we saw potholes and it had to be awarded again. So it was paid, awarded again to be paid. Then when Akufo-Addo came into office, 2017, all the way to 6th of January 2025, the road had to be re-awarded because it had gone very bad. So that stretch of less than 3 kilometers within a period of 10 years or less has been re-awarded on 3 occasions, all paid for by the state. I dug into this to now draw our attention as a political class to this very important matter where we play politics with everything and allow the corporates, those who are actually in charge of the drain on public purse, to go scot-free. I know you are very forthright, you are hardworking. How do you intend to deal with this matter?
Thank you, Chairman. On a lighter note, I now see how come my road was not done, because they did yours 3 times. And there was the money got finished, so they couldn't do mine.
Chairman, just by way of clarification, on the 2 occasions, it came under your administration, though. No, I said yours 3 times, that is what. So I got the joke, but just to clarify, that it was done again because it was bad. I have some that was done in your place. I'm going to refer to it later.
Yes, you are very right on this matter. I only hope that colleagues would see some of the criticisms we make not political. I remember very well when Honorable Yelechi was Health Minister, a project came here. And then our good friend, Honorable Matthew Puku Prempe, who is no longer in Parliament, in a room not far from here, we took the contract and I opposed the amount and asked the ministry to go back and review the amount. They reviewed it and took out over $20 million out of the project. NDC was in government. I never saw NDC say I was playing politics. But these days, when I raise issues, it's politics. You are very right. Why is it that asphalt can be, in the town, can be anything 800 to $1.2 million per kilometer? It is not cheap. So when you have to lay it twice, imagine how many cheap compound that can do in our villages. So those who actually certify that I can say this has been done according to standard, and there's no asphalt that is done which is supposed to fail within 2 years. They are all supposed to last around 10 years. The wearing cost, the 15 mil wearing cost at least should to do that. So if it fails within 1 year, 2 years, it means it was not done well. My prescription is that if we're going to use external consultants, let them take professional indemnity insurance so that if it fails and it can prove that it failed through negligence, the state can draw upon that insurance. Maybe that will be another way of dealing with it. Apart from that, the temptation is that when you are doing asphaltic overlay, because when you lay it few hours, it looks so smooth and so good. So irrespective of what the base is before you lay it on it, you may never know until after 6 months. So we need to work on those things. But the last one is, leader, the truth is that the ministries, the agencies under the ministry do not have the full complement of engineers to supervise work. They have, many of them have more administrative staff than engineering staff, who are the people who actually carry out the supervision. So we need to work to new engineers and build their capacity. Like I said, fortunately, Ghana has got a very good school in Koforidua, which trains road-related professionals. Thank you.
Honorable, you raised some concerns about 6-month non-payment clause in contracts. Correct?
Mentioned 6 months, but every contract, when written, they will tell you, especially road contract, when certificates are raised and payment is not made over a period, depending on the contract, that money, money can attract 30% interest.
You think this is popular with contractors?
Extremely popular with contractors. Bad news for government.
I see. Now let's go to the roads. You've complained about our indebtedness. Do you think you can achieve something significant between now and 2028 December?
Yes, President Mahama can achieve in the 4 years better than what we've seen in the last 4 years.
No, Kwame, don't let us go there. Okay. I mean, this is a very diplomatic, you see, where you are now, you know, if you go that part, then I may be compelled not to manage the leader relationship. So I will give you an opportunity to rephrase your answer.
I am only an advisor to President Mahama on road matters as his Minister for Roads and Highways. Yes, I am saying yes, with the authority of President Mahama, we shall do better, or we shall achieve things on the road sector.
So I take the latter phrase. I take the latter phrase. That is very befitting of where you sit now. I'm sure in the chamber this will be a different matter. Now let's delve a bit into that. You see, you have laid the foundation in an earlier answer to a question posed by my respected colleague, Honorable Boama, when he sought your views on the contract or works in motion in the sector, and you also took time to explain the indebtedness. Now, we are indebted to road contractors heavily. You've given the figures. And then we have contracts that are also ongoing, yet to be completed for them to even raise invoices. So if you say you are going to achieve so much, you are optimistic. Are you saying that added to this debt, you are going to award new contracts?
Thank you, Chairman. I earlier on said that the President is committed to continuing and completing ongoing projects. And I also suggested that it will be necessary that due to specific needs, some new project would have to be started. How do we fund this? My answer to that was that my job is to prepare project portfolios or reassess projects, put figures to them, and let the finance minister find ways of funding them. It's actually not my job to find money to pay for road contract. It is the job of the finance minister to do that.
Kwame.
Ms. Leader.
So You see, Ghanaians are interested in this part of the conversation. We have a major problem in our road sector. A lot of road contracts awarded. Now, you don't know how to even pay because the money is not there. Would you consider providing for these outstandings through your ambitious $10 billion infrastructure, the big, you call it what? The big push. The $10 billion infrastructure fund that you are looking at for the next 4 years or so?
No, the big push is not about paying for recurrent expenditure in the road sector. Yes, it is expected to be a special purpose fund over 4 years. Identify, prepare, and package specific impactful projects to be funded by the Finance Ministry. So we will continue to fund ongoing projects through the usual channels of budgetary allocations and other things. Big push is not intended to be just another money to pay for regraveling or pothole patching or rehabilitation of the standard things we do and every government does. That is not what it's intended to be. And it's not a 10 billion for road ministry only, it's infrastructure. So it is upon the president to determine the allocation as to what goes to health, education, transportation, and others.
Should the ordinary Ghanaian businessman who has taken a loan from the bank and use his assets as collateral to construct roads be assured that going in there as a minister, you will take steps to ensure prompt or regular payment?
Chairman, that is exactly so, and that is the vision of President Mahama, because that is the only way we can create sustainable, homegrown jobs. You know my credentials on this matter. I fought and got the contract with Motor Angels on the motorway terminated so that it will be awarded to a Ghanaian company, because I know that Ghanaian would employ Ghanaians and the benefit of that remains in our economy. So we need to do more of that for our Ghanaian businessmen. I believe road contractors or contractors generally are one of the most patriotic. Why? If somebody takes a public job and have decided to collateralize the roof over his head where he himself and his children, wife, everybody sits, how many people can do that? If the person is not patriotic, he wouldn't have done that. So Ghanaian contractors are actually patriotic. The problem comes when they take the loan and we are unfortunately unable to pay them for them to repay wherever they got the money from.
So should the ordinary Ghanaian businessman in the road sector be assured that you as minister will look at them and support them without first identifying them with any party color?
The industry players will tell you that I am the first to say that don't tag contractors with political colors, because I don't expect a contractor who, assuming he's even your friend, assuming you registered a company for him, I don't expect him to stop working because you are in opposition. I expect him to continue working as long as he's competent enough to do that. So I don't tag road contractors as partisan. Who they vote for, I don't know. As long as they do a good job and adhere to the tenets of the contract, we are ready to go.
So currently we have 233 contractors duly vetted and classified by the ministry, for which you know that the criteria for financial capability and technical record have been duly satisfied. To your mind, how can the classification system be used in a manner that would ensure meritocracy at the same time balance fairness?
The classification has to go in tandem with other supports and including competency, because if it's just a matter of you want class A contractor, so you need a number of bulldozers, excavators, graders, tipper trucks, personnel in terms of engineers and other things. Any businessman can do that, but whether the person is committed to do the work is different. I also know contractors have issues with the way the classification is done in a way. You do a classification and say the highest level can do work up to a certain standard. Then when you bid, the guys at the top come and bid with the people lower here. But because of the capacity they have, then the lower guys can never get the award. So whilst we're doing the classification, it has to come together with other interventions to make sure players on the different stratas of operation can all participate in what we are expecting them to do. But it also depends on not only the record of their equipment and personnel, but their competency and the managerial skills of them. Construction projects are quite complicated, but people don't understand it. People look at the money and say it's a 1 billion Ghana project. They think that 1 billion is the one that is coming into your account. You just wake up one day and realize that you owe the bank 2 billion. And meanwhile, the project is still 1 billion on the side. So it's a very complicated thing.
As a roads minister, you will have quite a number of agencies under you. Through this transition period, have you had the opportunity to engage some of these agencies? And if so, which ones have you engaged so far?
I had the privilege of being part of President Mohamed's transition team that handled road and transport and the presidency. So I met almost everybody that matters in the road sector, all the chief directors and various entity heads, and I met everybody during those interactions.
Now, you know that some of the chief executives of these agencies under you have subsisting contracts. And it is also obvious that there will be the need to make political appointment to head these agencies. That would come as a matter of course. I'm not taking you into the area of law, but would you want to be guided by law in how you ensure a smooth transition?
Certainly, but my biggest commitment will be to find the right person for the right job. If by law you are sitting somewhere but you have no value, or you are unable to do what we want you to do, we would advise ourselves.
Yes, I agree. I mean, you are the political head, you would have to advise yourself. But should Ghanaians be assured that in advising yourself, you would ensure that you act within the ambit of the law?
We would act within the ambit of the law, but most importantly, in fulfillment of our manifesto promise, and also the best value for Ghanaians.
Now, I've been in government before, so I do not want to pretend on this. For instance, DVLA, you are the sector minister. No, DVLA, sorry. Roads and highways, sorry about that. Thank you, colleagues. Roads and highways. You need to have a chief executive for roads and highways. Under normal circumstances, some consultations would ensue.
in situations where you would hear of a new appointment in the papers, and given your commitment to ensuring smooth transition, would you boldly take it up to address such untidiness, all in the best interest of Mother Ghana?
Chairman, that's exactly what I would do. That is why I avoided making direct comments about things like that, because to be honest, even during the transition, I never stepped foot at the ministry. Till today, I've never been there physically, because if this house approves me to go there with open mind, I don't want to go there with a baggage where I have preconceived ideas about anything. I want to go there and see for myself and take decisions that would be in the best interest of Ghanaians and in line with the vision of President Mahama.
Now, there is this road, Akwete Adaklu Wire Road. You know about it?
Yes, that sounds like a road in my village.
Very well. I am saying that indeed, as you said, it sounds like a road in your village. May I put it to you that indeed it is a road in your village? Have you seen any improvement on this road?
In 2016, Honorable Inusa Husseini, under a program, awarded a number of road projects across the country. Akwete Wire, Abwadi, Nochrepe Abwadi Wire to Kaime was part of those projects. I think September 2016, and award letters came out. We went into an election in December the same year, and we lost. The contractor delayed and came to site far later than that. So the project was done after we left office, though we awarded it, and that is the fact. The good thing, though, is that whenever the regional minister, the former regional minister, Dr. Lecha, was going for an inspection, he acknowledged the fact that I did some legwork as a member of parliament and got that approved. So he always took me along. I remember one day we went on site, and one of his party people tried to do politics, and he told him, not here. You have to give credit where it is due. The only difficulty is that that road is already requiring maintenance, just like your own, because the way it was done, maybe it should have been better. So it's even requiring further attention as we speak.
Kwame, you know, in the chamber, you would always emphasize that Adaklu is Adaklu and Ho is Ho. Your constituency is not part of Ho. Why the emphasis for the difference? Why the emphasis? Well, are these two separate traditional areas?
Yes.
And if so, even if they are separate traditional areas, are they of the same group or different?
Well, if we talk about the people, you and I have our parents from different places, but we are somewhere. So you can imagine if you share boundary with another town. So Ho and Adaklu, if you were to be coming from, I assume you know Ho, on the way from Ho towards Sogakope, going to Sogakope, it will be difficult to tell where is Ho and where is Adaklu, because they are almost becoming twin towns. So yes, Adaklu is separate from Ho. The confusion, a bit confusion I've seen in recent time started when in 2016, the NDC decided to donate some land to government through some families to build a regional sports stadium. That land is largely in Adaklu because you can't get that size of land inside the boundaries of Ho. We couldn't do that before we lost the election. When the NPP came, they wanted to do these regional youth centers. They fell upon part of that land and built it. It became a bit of challenge, and I must commend my brother, the former sports minister, who set the record straight that yes, it is a Volta Regional Youth Center, but the location is in Ho, but it's in Adaklu. And the president himself, when he came and we were lucky to host the 6th match there, he said categorically, we are in Adaklu. So when he came, he paid a courtesy call on my revered chiefs and made them aware. So, but there's no challenge between us and Ho people. It's just the issue of that boundary, which is not even a boundary dispute or anything. So, yes, Ho and Adaklu are different in terms of traditional areas.
So, Keta, Anoga, Aplao area, they describe themselves as Anglo people. So the Adaklu Ho area, how do you describe it?
You know, a Ho, they call themselves Asogli. And then Daklu, we call ourselves Beko. So they are completely different. So Ho is Asogli. So the paramount chief, Tobi Afede is there, and then we have our Tobi Tobi Acha as the paramount chief of Adaklu.
I'm using persuasion. Chairman.
Okay, my respected colleague, the chair, who is also a family member, has just given me some education on even the further breakdowns that we have the Anlo, Aveno, and then the tongue, and all those breakdowns. Anyway, so in concluding, I would want to know from you, what is your source of inspiration for public service?
First of all, I think politics is for good. I am never somebody who believes when I hear people say politicians are always the same. I believe a lot of the things, progress we have made in this country was championed by on the back of politics. My inspiration in this starts from the first president. It's about sacrifice and what Ghana achieved through the sacrifice of Osajifo Dr. Kwame.
Please order. Can we have some order?
So my inspiration is that our forebears sacrificed and built a foundation for our country, of which Ghana is respected everywhere in the world. So our generation must be inspired to do and build upon what our forebears have built. So yes, I'm in this because I believe I can contribute positively on top of what our forebears have done.
The young man at the university, the young man and the young woman at the College of Education, the Ghanaian youth who aspires to be a politician and aspires to be part of the political system of our country. What is your advice to them? They are listening to you.
Chairman, I may be biased, but my advice is, before you become a full-time politician, get a day job, which you can do even when you are a politician. in my own life, the resources I spend in my constituency, the bulk of it does not come from the sources in politics. As you know, our salary, my salary, and I show it to people in my constituency, is 15,000 cedis. At one weekend, by the time I finish my funeral rounds, I must have spent that. The rest is what I gather from the little consultancy and other small things I do. So my advice to the young man who wants to enter politics is get a day job that is sustainable first. Perhaps it will be easier to get a profession before you start, because it is not easy to do that in tandem. That is my advice.
Kwame, finally, to draw the curtains on this, what is your reaction? Chairman, I know the nominee would want to pay attention to the question, and I am equally aware that many of the members here, especially from the majority side, want to show face in the cameras so that they get appointment. Yes, that's on a lighter note. You should be able to take it. Mr. Chairman, if they don't want to take this little joke, maybe yes. The point is that a lot of you are here. We know only few of you will be nominated. So please allow the few who have been nominated to go through their process of vetting. We will vet them. We will vet them. And those of you who will not make it, you will be with us at the back bench. When you are in government and you don't appoint you and the opposition MP, the value is the same. Chairman, whether micro minority or mighty minority or backbench majority, the value is the same. They don't appoint you into government. So it is only 60 regional ministers, deputy ministers, substantive ministers. A lot of you will not make it. Anyway, Chairman, to draw the curtain on this, Kwame, I would want you to be firm. I worked with Honorable Amakwata. I was the chair of the Roots Fund. And I know the pressure that was on him. Some Ghanaians are capable of describing you in all manner of ways, calling you all manner of names. But if you really want to carry through the inspiration that brought you into public service, you must shut it, be firm, and move on. The drain on the public purse is getting out of hand. But we, the political class, are the cause. So make a difference. I entertain no doubt in your ability to do that and just that. Thank you so much indeed. Chairman, I am done.
Thank you, Leader.
All members, order. Thank you very much. All members, may I use the opportunity to recognize some dignitaries who are here to support the nominee, Minister Designate for Roads and Highways. All members, we have in our midst Jerry Yao Amako, Chairman Adaklo. We have Togui Agbobada, Chief of Amfwe Adaklo. We have Mauto Agbavito, Volta Regional Chairman, NDC. We have Raymond Amanuvie, Secretary Adaklo. We have Sky Ganaku, former DC Adaklo. Christian Vedanu, Branch Chairman Adaklo, Nelson Glate, former youth organizer, Honorable Juliana Azuma Mensah, former MP Akwatima Ziopi, Honorable Ludwig Ngoje, former national youth organizer, and Prosper Lechu. You are welcome. Honourable members, I want to thank the nominee for attending. We also have Honourable James Kluche Aveji, former member, Ketu North, and former chairman, Public Accounts Committee. Honourable members, I thank the nominee for attending upon the House and answering questions answering numerous questions. It's now my turn to ask you questions, but have listened to your answers to questions posed. I do not have any question for you, but to congratulate you for attending upon the committee. Surely you will hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you, Chairman of the Committee.
The next nominee is Honorable Haruna Idrisu. So he should take the seat. Minister designate for Education. Please, time is fast spent. So you give way to the next nominee and those who are here to give him moral support.
I don't know if they are coming back. I don't know what
Look, I am telling you, you can never man when we give birth to people like that, that blend is not good. That blend, and every man marries a fatty woman to give birth to the
we are ready. So where will we start?
I want to sit by you.
So it's on.
And so you saw there the vetting process done, just completed for governs Kwame Abuja, who is the minister designate for the Ministry of Roads and Highways. And earlier this morning, before the vetting process started proper, there was a little chaos among the members of the vetting committee, basically because of some issues that the minority leader, Alexander Penyomarking, was raising right here. And so basically, what were these issues? He basically started reading a full court ruling on a matter that related to the vetting and dismissal of chief executive officers, which many of the members in this committee believed was totally irrelevant to the substantive matter of vetting a minister, which of course they're here to do. And so they were calling on the chairman to rule him out completely. But it seemed that the chairman allowed both sides to banter a bit longer of a period than expected, which caused more than an hour delay. And now you can see joining the vetting process and the committee, the minister designate for the Ministry of Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu. Dressed very beautifully. He seems very happy and ready for the ministerial vetting process. You can see him greeting most of the members right here of the committee. I can hear some of them already cautioning Penyomarking not to cause another brawl in this vetting process. And yes, the meeting is being called to order. And this process is now about to start. The clerk of the committee is proceeding to administer the oath for the designated minister for the Education Ministry, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Babaru, you seem to be in a hurry. Babaru. He's always in a hurry. Babaru. No, ranking. Is it new to you? Babaru. Approve. Babaru. You saw what your people did this morning. No opinion remarks. We will do opinion remarks on your turn. Babaru.
I swear by Allah that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity to make some few remarks. This is a very nostalgic moment for me, as you all very much aware. Honorable Haruna Idrisu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only, the minority's position is that Dr. Yao Educhum shall take up. Very much aware, Honorable Haruna Idrisu is a respected colleague who has inspired me in so many ways. On this occasion, and on this occasion only,
and then the nominee will most likely be discharged. We are reminding the majority that their well-behaved posture will lead to the fast-tracking of the nominee.
We behave well. Also behave well. Behave well.
We behave well.
Honorable Educhum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I also have that kind of nostalgic feeling coming to Parliament and having our leader guiding, mentoring, and now leaving the Education Ministry, and he's about to take over. So it's a very interesting moment. Let me first of all congratulate you, Honorable Haruna, on your nomination for this very, very important ministry.
Thank you.
For our great nation, Ghana. Honorable Chair, I know Honorable has done some work at the Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations. At that time, he superintended over TVET education for most of the TVET schools that are now under the Ministry of Education. Chair, I would like the nominee to share with us, beyond the manifesto commitments, what are some of the things that he's going to look out for in terms of the role of education in this fourth industrial revolution, 21st century. Education is very important. I want him to share with us what his ideas are and what are some of the things that he's going to be looking out for to ensure that we have a more robust education system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. First Deputy Speaker and Chair of the committee, leadership of the committee, and Honorable Minority Leader, members of the Appointment Committee, and colleagues who have had opportunity to come and solidarize. It's my honor and privilege to respond to the question posed by the just past Minister for Education on what President Mahama and the NDC intend to do with the education sector. Let me assure the Honorable former Minister that I conceive of education not just as a matter of human rights, but a powerful and key driver of development and one of the strongest instruments that can be used to reduce poverty, improve health, and ensure gender inequality. President John Dramani Mahama intends to increase investment in the education sector to respond to the infrastructure deficits of the education sector, beginning from preschool through basic primary education to free secondary school and to the tertiary level. Enormous financial investment will be made to continue with major initiative that was done. Chair, fortunately for me, this is a sector which has the best of expertise. I intend to rely on their varied experiences and expertise to guide me in the formulation of policy, the improvement of policy. But Mr. Speaker, let me assure this committee that President John Dramani Mahama has no option to cancel free senior high school. Therefore, those who listen to him, even in the course of his campaign, to have stated that he will expand free senior high school to private schools was to tell Ghanaians that as President of the Republic, he wants to give true meaning to Article 25 of the 1992 Constitution and Article 38, which spells out the objectives of our educational policy. But Chair, the important thing is that he will subject the free senior high school to a review. The review will mean subjecting it to, one, there will be a stakeholder national education forum to discuss the future and state of education in Ghana, with emphasis on
the future of the free senior high school, in particular, how to assure it of adequate, reliable, sustainable financing. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to, at this moment, stir controversy, but some of the numbers, Mr. Minister, as you may recall, I will validate some of the statistics to some statistical validation of those issues. So we will undertake a stakeholder forum which will involve donors and partners, involve academia, parents and students to review the free senior high school program. I should acknowledge, as Pearl have noted, that it remains one of the boldest steps in wanting to transform education. It was a matter of debate between free universal education absorbing all the costs and progressively free, starting with infrastructure. But President Mahama intends to undertake a comprehensive review of it to make it sustainable. Thank you.
You have a further question?
Yes, of course, sir.
Yes.
Yeah,
let me indicate that we have 2 members, leadership of the subject matter committee, but the 2 of them will not ask questions. One will pose all the questions. Go ahead with your question.
Honorable Chair, I'm grateful for the response from the nominee. Honorable Chair, beyond secondary education, which normally is the upper secondary, because by our statutes, we don't look at junior high as part of secondary. Beyond secondary education, I know there are a number of manifesto commitments in the field of tertiary, which is guaranteeing or is going to promise of fee-free level 100. If the nominee can shed some light on it, so that we'll be able to know what's going to happen in that area.
Thank you very much, Chair and members, and thank you, Honorable Minister. President Mahama and the NDC promised free tuition for students from level 100 who would undertake normal programs in the various public universities of our country, including what he has said expanded to private tertiary institutions. They number a population for which the country will require about 345 million Ghana cedis. Of the population of students who enter tertiary institutions, that is what the state will be required to do. We intend to provide that money to the affected universities, at least one to make refund to all those who have already paid those fees. But Chairman, the beauty of this is that it's open. Even parents who are still willing to pay can do so under this principle that has been introduced by the NDC. So we intend to mobilize with the Ministry of Finance some additional financing to cater for the population of students. It will be in the region of 125,000 as I look at it, and will provide 375 million Ghana cedis to support that. So every student who has paid will have a refund of his money, and the President intends to expand this over the years. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Honorable Chair, one of the areas that I will always be proud of as a former Minister for Education is the area of science, technology, engineering, mathematics education. Great progress has been made. Yes. And who measured it? Who measured it? As measured.
Please address the chair.
Chair. Who measured it? Great progress has been made and has been validated. It has been validated around the world. STEM education in Ghana. I want to ask the nominee what plan his soon-to-be ministry is going to do about STEM education.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Honorable.
The significant thing for the NDC and President Mahama, as far as education is concerned, is for us to contribute meaningful to our national sustainable development efforts. At the tertiary level, emphasis will be on access, quality, and relevance. At the secondary level, emphasis will be on foundational learning in order that we can produce critical thinkers for the future. There will be a review of pedagogy and curriculum at all levels of education to meet the country's aspirations into the future and for meaningful contribution to our national development effort. I should note the effort you have done in getting STEM. We intend to build, at least in every region of Ghana, a model STEM school, which will carry from kindergarten to senior high school to produce men for the future of work. We appreciate that going into the future, we will need to train more people in science, information and communication technology and engineering. In that respect, our universities will be expected to relate more to industry without compromising their core academic objective training models. Thank you, Chair.
Any further question?
Yes, please. Honorable Chair, this House has had an opportunity to approve Get Farm formula. We have all lamented about capping and debate about uncapping. I want to know the opinion of the nominee in the next budget coming up, what he intends to advocate for and push for in order to meet these aspirations of this House, which have been around for a long time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question. And for me, also nostalgic. Those days in 1997, I was one of the strong advocates with many of our colleagues around here to advocate for the establishment of the GET Fund. Before then, tertiary education was largely public funded. Tuition remained free. There was no access even to private tertiary institutions. The Ghana Education Trust Fund has done its part. In the last few years, it has suffered because of the decision of then Minister of Finance to cap it. President Mahama and the Minister of Finance have gone public, and I join them in saying that we will uncap the GET Fund to free additional resources to support robust infrastructure development. Indeed, mathematically, cap GET Fund today is about $3.2 billion Ghana cedis, 3.2 billion Ghana cedis. Uncap it will make available to the Ministry of Education some 7.9 billion, which will accelerate expanded infrastructure. For instance, there are about 2,800 schools that needs to be fixed to deal with the problems of overcrowding. There are about 26,000 schools which has no changing facility for young girls for purposes of hygiene. There are about 780 schools that is required to expand access to junior high school. We will uncap GET Fund. I would engage the Minister for Finance to do this as a matter of expediency, and for the President to engage with the IMF to review the memorandum which included the GET Fund in the negotiations. President Mahama has said that he will review the IMF. So part of the review will be to uncap the GET Fund and free those additional resources to support the country to rely on GET Fund resources to finance education generally, in particular higher education.
Approve. Understand.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Honorable Chair, in this great country, Ghana, the middle class has been squeezed for many years. Especially with the teachers, nurses have been squeezed, given the fact that majority of them have to find money to send their children to private school at the junior high school level especially, before then jumping into public schools at the senior high school level. Our public schools have gone into serious dilapidation for many years. And I'm happy that we began an effort to transform public schools. Public schools in rural areas have seen new facilities. Urban areas, new public schools have been built so that the middle class can find solace in our public schools. And I'm happy that at least in Greater Accra, you can see Accra STEM Academy.
Please, order. Honorable, you see, I do not want to mention your name again.
But you mentioned the name already.
Again. So the public school transformation agenda is something that's very dear to the middle class. Honorable Chair, I want to ask my soon-to-be Minister for Education what are his ideas and opinions about making sure that children, all children, have quality public schools to attend, and that if a parent doesn't have the resources, they will not go and look for a loan to send their children to private schools. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, our intervention in the education sector will be all-encompassing. We will give true meaning to the pursuit of free, compulsory, universal basic education. In my reading in the last few days, I have come to appreciate a major dichotomy which needs our urgent critical attention. Rural-urban dichotomy in the quality of education, northern-south dichotomy in the quality of education, and more deprived schools not producing because of quality of teachers and the presence of teachers in those areas. I intend, even when we assume office, to engage the Honorable Minister for Local Government as part of the financial realignment to get him to accept that teacher accommodation can be done by realigning common fund into building those for teachers in the rural areas. I do know that conditions of service generally for workers in the Ghanaian public sector is not the best. I had the privilege in the last few years to be Ghana's Minister for Employment. I did my utmost best to deal with some of the most incipient labor disputes of the country. But nonetheless, the cascading effect of what you do for the teacher, its economic and financial implications for the nurse, the pharmacist, the doctor, is what guides the purse. Therefore, what is in the kitty? We need to improve revenue mobilization generally. And in education, it will be appreciated if, and Parliament members are here, if we can dedicate 20% of national expenditure into education, or allocate at least a minimum of 5 to 6% of GDP to support education, then over a 10-year period, we would have done enough to expand and make these facilities available. At the basic level, and this was my concern, you haven't achieved free compulsory universal basic education, and you have up there a free senior high school education. You will still have in urban areas, Honorable former Minister and Chairman, in the urban areas, the out-of-school dropout, you see them. In the rural areas, you don't. That's the danger. We also have to be careful that we are not producing unemployed graduates from free senior high school who would become a threat to an unemployable. So that is why Minister hailed some of the TVET initiative, because we have to improve employability. And employability is better done through technical vocational training. We will expand access to all TVET institutions. I'm aware that some of your initiatives were 30, 20, 40%, because you didn't have money because you capped GET fund. You remember, I don't want the minority leader to look into my eye. So the uncapping didn't free resources for you to be able to expand those TVET institutions. President Mahama and the NDC will complete all those TVET institutions, given respect to the directive principles of state policy, that as president, he has a responsibility to the state to continue every good initiative of the previous government. I thank you.
Approved.
Thank you. You have further question? Please go ahead.
Oh, it's okay.
And I plead that should be the last question.
The last one. Honorable Chair, I think there has been interesting debate about the issue of E-blocks.
Yes.
And
The one you abandoned.
E-blocks, we completed a number of them across the country. But the good news is that government is a continuum. And that is why, beyond completing E-blocks, we added boarding facilities to those that are in remote locations. Adamsia Peja is an example. Edujama is an example. Drobonso is an example where we added boarding facilities so that the facilities will become useful to the people of Ghana. It's not about us, it's about the children. So I think beyond completing E-blocks that have not been completed, Honorable Nominee, Honorable Chair, would the Honorable Nominee look into the possibility of adding boarding facilities if an E-block is in a distant location and students cannot walk to the school, so they become more useful to the country? Thank you.
Chair, the government will have no difficulty at all accepting to work to add boarding facilities where it's necessary. My own personal experience during the campaign was the day I was driving from Yendi towards Miang, and you see a major E facility on the Miang Road. I saw school girls and boys walking the street from Yendi, walking towards that area. That reminded me that if there's any opportunity to add a boarding facility to that, we should do that. And then also in Cherpune, and also on the same road, I saw a facility where many of the catchment communities needed that. We would have no difficulty expanding boarding facilities where necessary. Ours is to expand access, ensure relevance and quality delivery by improving the conditions of service of teachers to the best that the economy can do, and to improve their quality through motivation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you. Honorable Yusuf, you may have the floor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairman. And first of all, let me congratulate my senior brother, Honorable Idris Aruna, for this nomination. And also just to put it on the record that we are very proud of you, especially with the young politicians from the north. And you serve as inspiration to us from your days as the student leader all the way to your parliamentary responsibility, from being a Minister of Communication, Minister of Employment, and now Trade, and also this. My question to you, Honorable Nominee, one of the biggest challenges in our educational sector is the high drop rate of at the basic level. And according to the African Education Watch, in the northern region, only 5 out of 10 students who enroll in KG are able to complete primary school. And after that, only 3 are able to complete JSS. Being the first Minister for Education from the northern sector of our country, in the Fourth Republic, what will you do to ensure that we address this issue that the Ghana Education Watch have just identified? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman and members, and colleague, thanks for those warm compliments. It's important again to recognize that as a country, there is the northern-south divide when it comes to access to education, beginning from 1876, when the first school was established, and subsequently in the north we got ours around 1951. So you can imagine the gap and the deficit. Even Achimota School around 1924, at the time that Tamale Secondary School, which became the first in the north, we will work to close that gap. Indeed, even for the implementation of the free senior high school,
it is noted that participation rate is very high in northern Ghana. That explains that probably it is true that poverty was a problem to accessing quality education. So it's quality, equality, and equity. I also note that there's about 5,000 infrastructure deficit when it comes to provision of junior high school, basic schools, and secondary schools in northern Ghana, and also in Oti and western north. The statistics is not too encouraging for them. The urban concept, many in this area have taken full advantage of it. With the rare privilege of the President entrusting me as his Minister for Education, I will work towards equity and improve quality to education at all levels of our country. I would endeavor to close that gap, recognizing that I may have to do some affirmative action interventions to get it going, to correct some of the historical imbalances that are deficit. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Nelson.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, you are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yet, you are moving to your fourth ministry, from communications to trade to labor and employment, or employment and labor, and now education. I'm sure something bigger will follow this. You are welcome. Let me say that the dexterity with which you answer your questions, oscillating between different subject areas, even though they are education, tells me that you flourish in this portfolio too. You do well. And let me also commend you that I'm part of the people you mentored. I remember very well the day you asked Abuja to mentor me because I have potential. And we are your products. You know your products. We are about 7. Sweeney is here. So we want to commend you for this. I want to wish you well. And we know that the reform that the sector cries for, you bring to bear, especially in areas that require it. The free SHS bill that was never done, I'm sure it will be one of your priorities so that it could be passed to ground this good policy. We wish you well. Approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much
for those warm words.
I will take a comment from the Chief Whip, Honorable Anodon Pray.
To make it brief.
Let there be order.
Who said God? Who said God? Who said God?
Honorable Leader, may I have your attention?
We are not in a lecture hall.
Let me join colleagues to commend you highly for your nomination. Not to depart essentially from what my good friend Rambo Dafalapo said. We've known you way back. We all know, I personally know what you have done in terms of your contribution to where I am today. I recall our days at the Nooks. I can only urge you and encourage you. I don't have a question for you.
For the first time.
Your question, your competence cannot be lost on somebody like me. And those of us in the minority, especially. We know what you are, and what you are capable of doing. I only want to caution that just be careful as you move forward. We are praying for you. Please be careful. Expectations out there are very high. And those of us in the minority, we love you. We want to see you succeed. We want to see Honorable Haruna succeed. I am only cautioning. Honorable Leader, I'm only cautioning.
Thank you.
Just tread with caution and just be cautious. We are with you and we wish you well. Honorable Chairman, thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now move to Deputy Majority Leader, whether he has a question or a comment.
Honorable Haruna Idrisu, congratulations.
Thank you.
You indeed earned the right for the courtesies we are seeing this morning because of your long years of dedicated service to our country. And there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be a very successful education minister. I have personally worked with you and with a lot of support as energy minister. I've sat with you, and so there's no doubt in my mind that you are going to be very successful. But the sector you are entering has a lot of challenges, and one of them has to do with industrial unrest, especially strikes by various professional groups in the educational sector. I know you've been a labor minister, and these are challenges that will stare you in your face as a minister. What are some of the strategies that you'll be adopting to address some of these challenges?
Chair, thank you very much. As I have said, it is a sector which is also advantageously has the best human resource of our country, from the professors, doctors. We will work with them. Industrial disputes are inevitable, and for a developing country, you naturally should anticipate some labor unrest, some conflict between labor and government on matters with borders on their conditions of service. For the universities, the statutes of the university provide how council can negotiate them. There were contentious issues about book and research allowance, but more importantly, it's always a question of government timeously responding to agreements that have been made with trade unions and organized labor. If you say that you want to revise allowances, it takes effect from 1st June. For many of them, they expect that by 1st July, that is ready, at least to complement what they call their meager or inadequate salary. So the finance minister can, at many instances, I've had that experience with the Honorable Seth Tekbe then when he was Minister for Finance. And Chair, if you permitted me, I'll just share this example. There was an instance where judicial service workers embarked on strike action. At the time, Theodora Georgina Wood was the Chief Justice of the Republic. And in a meeting that President Mahama requested Julius Debra, Chief of Staff, together with myself and others to engage, I had to ask the Honorable Seth Tekbe that, does he appreciate what it means when judicial service workers are on strike? If somebody was entitled to a bill, and I'm sure another minority leader should be interested in this, if the courts don't sit, you'll be putting the person into a human rights crisis. At the time, Justice Theodora Wood related to me that, look, in our IGF, there's about 38 million. We cannot touch it because the Ministry of Finance have not granted us permission to use IGF. It was when my attention was drawn even to a major constitutional deficiency, and I'm happy to bring to your attention. At the time, judicial service workers, even up till now, unlike Parliament, you have your CI 118. This country have not treated the judicial organ of state with that. They don't have that I think Article 1582 of the Constitution should deal with that particular matter. They are entitled to it. It was then I got the advice then from the Chief Justice that, look, let's engage the Minister of Finance, let him allow you 30-40% to use the IGF so that sometimes when these fires erupt, you can deal with it at your own level. So I want to believe that I do not anticipate. I know that SITAC is unhappy. I know many teachers' unions are waiting for President Mahama to assume office, and they will say our outstanding allowances have not been paid. We will deal with it, what is available in the national kitty. We will do our best to keep the industrial peace of the country and keep the peace within the education sector and many other sectors of the economy for the good of our country. Thank you.
Honorable Aluna, you are going to a ministry and the challenges are many. You are already aware of them, and I think a lot has been talked about. And these are no questions I expect you to answer. The challenges with the arrears of school feeding program, the challenges with gender. Well, they will have to collaborate with the Ministry of Education. Okay, well, let the nominee answer. The challenges with taking out schools on the tree, and so many others that I'm very, very sure that you are competent to address. So I wish you all the best, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We proceed to take a comment from Deputy Minority Leader.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman. It will be most unfortunate if I don't add my voice to the many blessings that are going the way of my beloved son, in whom I'm well pleased. So I just didn't want to keep quiet, but to bless him. I know your competencies, and I know when people were questioning why education, I knew what you could do. So I bless you. Name of
Thank you, Chair. I hope I have the permission to call him up. Thank you, thank you.
It's now the turn of Minority Leader and the ranking member of the Congress.
Chairman, thank you very much. Leader, this room is filled to its full capacity. It tells all of us how popular you are with ordinary people. I can see behind you a lot of people. Now, I want us to do a little exercise. On your CV, you have on page 1 of 3, you have for residential address, 2 Shippy Close, Fedeos, Cantonment, Accra. If you will be pleased, the cantonment is where you live, correct?
Yes. I live, when you are entering the house, you see the fiddles written by the wall.
Very well, Nominee, I understand. I know cantonment very well. You live at cantonment?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I used to be in Bubuashi.
Honorable Nominee, you provide the specific answers to the very questions I ask. You know, you be my respected senior. Members want us to finish you quickly. Yes. And if you open yourself up, then maybe there will be more follow-ups. So you live at cantonment?
Yes. He's answered that.
Yes.
Very well. Now, this residential facility, this property, is it a rented property or it is your house?
It is my house.
You are very honest. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Arnedrus. The reason why we, the young ones, respect you is such courage to face the truth
that will take you higher as prophesied by Roxanne. So it is no offense for a politician to own a property at Cantonment, correct?
Not at all, depending upon your... Order. Chairman, with respect. You've had calls to caution the friends of this committee from the majority side. Please, let us observe some decorum, respectfully. Honorable Haruna Idrisu, it is saying, in crying for now, what is Mate, Cantonment, baby.
Because I tried the tree with you because on your CV.
You should translate.
Oh, colleague. On his CV.
We don't understand.
We are not done. Chairman, this is your friend.
Language use. See, is it allowed?
Afenyo cannot even speak ever. He can also speak ever.
Please go ahead and address the chair.
Chairman, thank you.
You can't even speak ever.
Honorable Aaron Idrisu, Pacho, why an MP if you're saying?
I bet it's 20 years.
Very well. You passed. Because the honorable nominee, you say on your CV that you speak English, Dakwani, Hausa, and Twi.
That's true.
I am thus far impressed with your Twi. I'm sure that there is a southern inspiration. Oh, very well.
Sometimes when I'm coming out, I don't know about church, I say, I'm bored in I'm kind of year.
So, Chair, you have disclosed that Madam has inspired you with the tree. That's great. So, Chair, I want to know from the nominee whether or not he benefited from free education.
I did, coming from Northern Ghana at the time. I attended Kurukul School through Bangabaga JSS, through Tamale Secondary School and Navasco, and education was generally free for that part of our country. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, respectfully, you had your O-level in Tamale Secondary School, but went to Navrungo for your A-level. Can you tell me what inspired you to move from the Great Tamasco, right?
Oh, Ghana
School. From the Great Tamasco to the Great Nabasco.
Great Ghana School.
When we wrote the GC O-level exams, I think that I didn't do well in mathematics for that particular sitting. And Tamasco at that time was insisting on a particular grade. And Nabasco was open. If you had evidence that you were about rewriting, you could come and justify. So I went to Navrungo Secondary School for the A-level. And I'm proud to say that 1991, I probably was one of the best A-level students Nabasco produced. I still hold one of the best grades ever in business management from Nabasco. That record has not been broken. And so yes, this was what motivated. But traveling to Navrungo Chair was a difficult one. 7 hours from Tamale to Navrungo. And then you are carrying your gari in a chop box. You are not sure of the metro mass. It was, we have survived and we have come a long way. Thank you, Chair.
So, Honorable Nominee,
I can understand why you had to go through a law program with those inspirations you've studied, philosophy, sociology, and all, and then from there you had to do law. Now, I note from page 3 of 3 on your CV, respectfully, your membership of the Ghana Bar, 2002 to date. As you may be well aware, as a lawyer, your membership to the bar or with the bar, at the bar, originate from your being a member of a law firm or a department of an agency so recognized, by the state. Now let me explain, because my respected colleague is trying to draw my attention, though not on record. When you are called to the bar, you are a lawyer. You've been called to the bar after pupillage, yes. But your annual subscription, you cannot, unless something has changed that I don't know, you are able to pay for your subscription if you can relate to a law firm or a department, a legal department of an institution. So please, that is not indicated. Which law firm do you?
Chairman, thank you very much. You know, at the time I finished University of Ghana, even though a student activist, I had a strong bond with Speaker Alban Bakben, and therefore he recommended me for Law Trust. I've since been, one of our partners is here, James Mensah Kule, who is my law school mate, and minority leader, the chairman of this committee. I graduated from law school with him the same day, Bernard Ahiamo, with Honorable Amwakwata and Professor Abuchi and Ben Say of Nanado Chambers and others. So I am tied to law. I'm a lawyer in good standing. I've paid all my subscription. Indeed, subject to Parliament clearing me, I do 2 additional things. I'm into football and I'm into law. I appeared before the 8th Parliament to get education to hold office.
Honorable Nominee, enough. Honorable Nominee, the almighty free SHS that you're looking forward to reform, review, is in order. I mean, obviously, coming from where we started, from where people even thought it is not possible. I am happy that as a nation, we appreciate the fact that we've done so well in educational reforms. I commend the respected Dr. Yahweh Duchum for the effort. I commend Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe, who is not with us in this parliament, for his effort. And above all, the Akufo-Addo government. I feel assured that you intend to review and look at the areas that were not too successful so that you make it better. That said, may I tease your mind on this? There is this talk that even in mighty America, free education does not include boarding. In advanced democracies where emphasis is on free education, boarding is not part. And at Ghana, we have punched above our weight by introducing free boarding. Your honest view, do you think that we continue to have free boarding?
Even expanded. Kandiga is not America. Wilgo is not America. I'm sure one of the communities in the Winneba area is not America. They have access. The transport systems are network and effective. It is not so for Ghana. For many children, I'm sure members of parliament even have to buy bicycles to support them to be able to commit to school daily. It means that for some, to access this good quality education, they need to do more. So increased boarding facilities for deprived rural areas is important. Review, as announced by President Mahama, is not cancellation. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I should proceed to have a discussion with him on the tertiary education we have in Ghana. His party in opposition promised free university tuition for year one. And in all fairness to your government, you were very specific that you pay for year one. First semester of the academic calendar for the universities have since commenced. May I know from you whether you intend to implement this policy in your first budget to take care of semester one?
On the authority of President Mahama, I'm sure his Minister of Finance, if this House approved Honorable Tuforson, will present the reset budget of the government. It will include some provision of some 345 million cedis to cater for admission fees for students undertaking courses in the normal subject areas, not professional areas like medicine. And for President Mahama, this is a model to experiment. You will look at it. How do we fare as a country? If it is possible for expansion, then he will expand it. And he's not asked that if you are able, you should not. We know that some students have already paid their admission fees. It will be refunded to them. Honorable Leader.
Honorable Chair, we are in public discourse. If the nominee will be pleased, may he bring clarity to this matter. In your manifesto launch, which took place in Efutu, Winneba, Efutu. By the way, Winneba is the capital of Efutu. And you entered Winneba with all glory and assurances to the nation. You did not say admission fee. The statement was free universities. I'm quoting President Mahama's words. Free first year tuition fees. First year, we have semester 1 and semester 2. It is the NDC manifesto did not promise admission fee for first year. It did not promise admission. So I just, with the greatest respect, at the risk of sounding immodest, pray you to bring clarity to what exactly you intend doing for the first year university students.
Thank you very much, Leader. Fortunately, I was a member of the manifesto committee, so I still recall even when we had to discuss this subject, we asked Professor Odro and a team to go out and work out the numbers for us to discuss with the President before we went public. Leader, for your purposes, tuition is free in all public universities in Ghana. Therefore, we're referring to admission fees. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, the jury is out there, so some of the issues we are unable to resolve, we'll leave it for the jury to determine. There's no problem. We have to move on. Now, let me also, for the benefit of clarity, if you say all universities,
does that also mean all tertiary institutions?
Leader, if you note, that's why, for instance, expanding free high school, the president said public, because the double track system has to be addressed. So we have to look into private senior high school. What capacity do they have? Maybe 150,000, and you have a number of 300,000 young people who ought to be in school. Today, as we speak, year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home. Or year 3 and 1 are in school, 2 is home.
Honorable Nominee, respectfully, I'm not cutting. I think the mainstay of my question was in respect of the tertiary. You know, we have nursing colleges. We have colleges for animal husbandry or veterinary. You know, we
use the word universities for that purpose.
So yes, so that is why other friends of committee, there is an important discussion. Now, so do I take it from the clarity you provided that College of Nursing, colleges of education, colleges of agriculture, and other colleges of in stature are not part of this first year free tuition policy of the NDC government?
I'm not able to use tertiary and universal interchangeable here for this purpose. I had admission fee for first year university students. Thank you.
Chair, again, on this very subject matter, I appreciate the sincerity of the nominee, and again, the jury is out there to make their determination on this important matter. However, Honorable Nominee, to the expectation of the Ghanaian youth in respect of this free first year tuition, they would find the policy discriminatory if you are only giving this benefit to university students. You have earlier referred to some constitutional provisions, Article 25 and 38 and all. Don't you think that the Ghanaian youth out there who is attending a college of education, who is attending a college of agriculture, who is attending a college of nursing, will feel discriminated against since he or she is also having a tertiary education?
For President Mahama, if it was possible to grant free education to every Ghanaian, he just would have done that. It depends upon the size of the economy and what our economy vis-a-vis demands from other sectors of the economy can do. Thank you.
Babaru.
Tutubra.
Very well. So
you have to tell members that you are the only person who knows my two known names in the university.
On the TVET, you know, the enrollment levels were very low until it was also made free. Can you share with us your plans in ensuring that you sustain, one, and two, to encourage as many talented Ghanaians to walk that path in acquiring skills, rather than insisting on going into the mainstream senior high school?
Thank you very much. The relationship between industry, employability, hinges on the quality and training of young people with employable skills, which are largely technical, vocational. I'm aware that the Honorable Educhum and his colleagues tried a number of TVET institutions in my review of the handing over notes, the infrastructure, he just started when government had to go through the debt crisis, and therefore there was no funding to complete many of them. Be assured that we'll complete all of them to support President Mohammed's agenda to get more young people employable by way of those skills. Now, the problem with many of the TVET institutions was retooling and equipment. It's not just about building the infrastructure. If you said carpenters, have you provided for their training? If you said masons, have you provided for their training? So we'll look into it and ensure that at least every region has a model of the TVET institution that is dedicated to them, because we also must deal with a problem that you don't get 300, 400,000 SSS students who don't know their fate beyond completion of senior high school. Then you'll be producing a cohort of unemployment graduates for that category of young people. So we would invest in TVET. Technical and vocational education is important, and requisite financing will be provided for them. But as I said, I look forward to decapping GET fund and dedicating many of it to get robust infrastructure done.
Approved. Chair, if the nominee will be pleased, I would want to draw his attention to His Excellency the President. On his campaign, I believe he identified some challenges in the school feeding program. And at one point, he did indicate that instead of government having to procure for the schools, he will rather come up with a policy to let the head teachers themselves procure the items, the food items directly. In other words, he will transfer the funds to the schools so that the schools themselves would procure the food items for the students. May I know from you, Honorable Nominee, if indeed, beyond the campaign rhetoric, this is also part of the policies that you are going to introduce as a way of ensuring, in your own way, efficiency in the free SHS system in terms of the aspect that deals with school feeding.
First of all, to note that in our manifesto, the words that were used was to implement no academic fee policy for first-year students in all public tertiary institutions, including universities, colleges of education, and colleges, for the record, leader. So this is
I know why I was pushing you. I'm happy, you know.
I appreciate it.
I know why I was pushing you, because your manifesto is here. So I wanted to be sure. And so I'm happy you've gone back to clarify, to give assurance.
Thank you.
Yes, I must. If opposition leader cannot have access to your manifesto, then what is my use? I must have it.
Thank you, leader. And chair, school feeding.
School feeding in this context is referring to the senior high school, not the basic school feeding.
Yes, school feeding for senior high school was largely done in a centralized form by the previous government, taking advantage of two institutions, the Buffer Stock Company and the Ghana Commodity Exchange. And it allowed for central pitches in some quantities of these food items. Headmasters already played some role when it came to perishable items. We have to phase out implementation because we cannot afford any food shortages as the schools run. 3rd January, we have to provide for stability of their calendar and make sure that there's adequate food and the quality of the food. But certainly the GES and headmasters will have a role. It's more, Chair, a cash flow problem, and how early the Ministry of Finance releases those funds. if we are not careful, there will come a time that you would have done purchases and major suppliers will say that they won't do it because they've not been guaranteed or assured. So we have to deal with the cash flow problem, which is a matter which can be resolved between the Finance and the Ministry of Education. But for us, is to assure that we stop any potential disruption of the school calendar arising out of the lack of or delay in getting these food items to the school. We will work with those institutions, but define a role for the headmasters in a phased out process. Thank you.
Senior, please, employment. My constituency produces the highest number of diploma and B.Ed graduates. You know, Bachelor in Education. As you may know, UEW was established as a specialized tertiary facility to train teachers and feed that market. On a daily basis, they come to me. This morning, I received a message. Which message is to ask you what plans you have to get as many of them who have graduated and are still unemployed into getting the employment with GS.
GS, it will be a function of availability of funds and a matter of vacancies arising, the location of those vacancies, who is willing to go, and then the Minister of Finance granting clearance to the Minister for Education to recruit such number of teachers as may be desirable for the running of our educational system. As and when we get the clearance, we would honor those numbers. Thank you.
Senior, again, may I know from you about this licensure examination policy of the MPP? Are you going to maintain it? Chairman, the friends of this committee from the majority side must know how we operate. They should stop it. Will you maintain it or you will abolish it?
We will have a systematic review of it to abolish it. We are going to review the curricula of the colleges of education and the incorporate it as part of the exam that students will write, and when they pass it, they are on. Thank you.
Now, let's come to this very nagging national issue, the LGBT issue. Now, His Excellency President Mahama, recently in his engagement with the religious bodies, specifically the Catholic bishops, indicated that the law that stops, prevents, alienates, and prevents this issue of sexual rights, same-sex relationship, does not necessarily need to be enacted, and that perhaps the country can explore the possibility of introducing our value system into the curriculum so that the children can, at that elementary stage, have certain understanding of the Ghanaian value system. May I ask you, Honorable Leader, your own views about the option to introduce a value system to systematically give a certain direction to our children instead of enacting a law.
Leader and Chair, I do not want to reduce this matter to wrong. With my religion as a Muslim, you know where I stand on this matter. It is repugnant to my Muslim values and ethics. I do not want to believe that many a Ghanaian parent would want their children trained in a way which is not consistent with the way me and you were brought up as Ghanaians, either from Efutu or from Wayamba in Tamale. And therefore, I would want to end it here, stating that we are a country and we define our values, both social and cultural. We should expect all other persons to respect those values. Thank you.
Chairman, I think I would put the question this way. You see, and I agree with Mr. President when he states that the curriculum, our teaching materials in our schools do not sufficiently inculcate our value systems in our children. I agree with him based on what the current status of our curriculum. I want to know from you that said, would you embrace any policy from His Excellency the President, which policy will proactively seek to opt for a value system-based approach to sexual rights rather than the law?
Thank you very much. I would engage the President on the matter. The President does know my position on this subject, and it remains unchanged. But I do not think that any Ghanaian parent wants teachers to take their child to school and teach them that a man can relate to a man and a woman can relate to a man, but within the context of rights guaranteed. We are a country. We have our own values. We have a duty to preserve those values within the ambit of the Constitution. And Leader Kwamna, it is not for nothing that in the Constitution you always get words like subject to public morality. Whose morality? Ghana's defined morality. Thank you.
So therefore, is it your suggestion to the country that you will embrace a very proactive value system rather than going... Let me finish. Yes, that's the point. The reference point is a Ghanaian value system, none other. So my point is that would you assure the Ghanaian public that you, on the basis of Mr. President's vision on this matter, on Mr. President's position on this matter, will opt for a Ghanaian value system to be introduced right from the KG, primary, all the way up, rather than a strict law in this matter?
Thank you very much. It's noted. Growing up, even with you, if you went to school, you know where young ladies could go, and you know where boys could go. That is Ghanaian value system. We'll preserve that. Thank you.
Very well. You being a senior at the bar, you're able to run away from very serious cross-examination, and you couldn't have done less. That's okay. We'll let the jury determine this matter. We'll go for a broader debate on this matter. Senior, your colleagues in Parliament have this to say about you, quote, you are visionary, strategic, collaborative, a team player, and that you have a foresight, and you also demonstrate pragmatic approach in solving problems. Your colleagues know you as such. What is there for you to share with the Ghanaian youth who wants to know who Haruna Idrisu is?
To the Ghanaian youth, I come from a very, very humble beginning. I just buried my late mother, my uncle, who told me that I should hasten cautiously and that I should not be in competition with any person. I should have faith in myself. I should be strong to defend my convictions as to things that I think that are right, and that I should always believe that if I do right, posterity will vindicate me with time. So for young people, it's important that we all grow with integrity and discipline, and we shouldn't be too competitive. Today is Honorable Afenyo Makin, majority leader yesterday, minority leader today. Thank you.
Colleagues, Mr. Chairman, I'm compelled to make a disclosure, and it's because Honorable Idrisu is serving as an inspiration to the many youth out there. It's not only they, including me. I recall when our party won in 2016, and in 2017, I didn't get selection. It was one person who told me that come what may, I will be a leader, and I have become a leader. So, leader, I didn't know what you saw, but I just want to say that we appreciate you. Now, let me ask you, what is your, leader, don't look at your time. This exercise is good for democracy, and I know as a lawyer you enjoy debate. This is a very healthy engagement. Chair, what is your relationship, your working relationship with Honorable Dr. Clement Apak, who is a respected member of the academia and found his way into Parliament?
Solid. In fact, leader, the Honorable Clement Apak, I shared a true stance with him. We're in Commonwealth Hall together. I should remember that.
Honorable Apak, you are supposed to be calm when there's an advert in your favor. You are not supposed to. You're not supposed to be touting your own whatever. If you can do your own work, do it.
We're in Commonwealth Hall together, and I still remember those days with him and Chief Magas when they wanted me to be the chief vandal. It is when I told Commonwealth Hall that I was keeping my eye on the SRC or Nook's presidency, depending upon what support.
You know the essential qualification to becoming a chief vandal. So you had all those essential qualifications.
Thanks to him.
Very well. Thus assured, I entertain no doubt that should Mr. President ask you certain relevant questions, he will receive a tongue.
Leader, you are making a determination for the president.
Report.
Thank you.
No, get my question right. This is hypothetical. It's very hypothetical. I'm not part of your government. I'm a humble opposition leader. I'm asking you that should you be given the opportunity, should he be assured of receiving a tongue of good report from you?
Leader, the assurance of the president is weightier and better than mine in this matter.
Let me conclude by asking you this. We are politicians, and this is my last question to you. And again, I want the Ghanaian youth to listen to this and how you answer it. We go through low moments in our politics, days of adversity. You were a student leader, rose to become a cabinet minister. When your party was in opposition, you were privileged to have been
selected as the primus of your interpares. And you became the primus of your side for some 6 years. Share with us, how did you find your transition?
Transition from where to where?
That is when you had to give space for a younger person, to take over from you.
I took it very easy. When I was told that there would be a reshuffle of the minority, I believe I got a call whilst I was entering Joy FM for a major interview from President Mahama, and he indicated to me that, Harun, I'll call you shortly to discuss a very important matter. If you remember, I think it was PM Express. And for me, if you look at President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation's address, the last one, I should be the most encouraged. At least he admitted that he suffered an effective opposition in the hands of Haruna Idrisu and the likes of our MPs, even if he didn't say so tacitly. He said the nature and character of the parliament, the speakership, and his inability to get things through. I believe that in the last 7 years, I served my country well as minority leader, contributing to, you know how I got it under your slaves, getting Bagbin elected as speaker. And for many in the NDC, those of you who were at Marriott Hotel, the Honorable Yusuf and Soyene and nobody is here, I told them that a tortoise will ride an elephant at dawn. You remember that? Didn't a tortoise ride an elephant? We worked towards it and we achieved it. And I had Honorable Muntaka. We had a certain gelling chemistry of a relationship. So as minority leader, getting Bagbin elected was significant for me to change the course of parliamentary accountability in our country. Research have demonstrated that the 8th Parliament will be remembered for its effectiveness in demanding accountability. There are many policy issues that I'll walk to you and Che Mensa, and I'm sure I can use the word today. There was a day they said, Mwatono, he's been bought. So I walked to you and said, Che, Namiyakubi na Otomi. I told the Honorable Che Mensa that no, some decisions I'm guided by the good of our country and the future of our country. And that I take those decisions taking responsibility. Indeed, I told the Honorable Suhine that when President Mahama begin constituting government, I'll be appreciated as former minority leader. Even the engineering you are doing here, people appreciate a Haruna Idrisu. There were some decisions that you are guided collectively by the party, and then we take a decision. But as I said, I have never, ever regretted being changed as minority leader. I don't carry guilt in my heart. I've had my opportunity. I went out there to campaign and work for the NDC because I was convinced that in terms of the management of the economy, I wasn't satisfied with how the MPP had managed the country and its governance. So I don't carry guilt in my heart. I had a rare opportunity to serve, probably the first in my part of the world, if not the first in my country. And those who know me, there is a Quranic verse that I share with Muhammad Aman Rasul. God does not give you a burden you cannot carry. So I'm sure at that time, God wanted a certain burden off my head, which burden was that don't be minority leader, be MP for Tamale South. I keep telling my colleagues that my greatest asset is the preservation of Tamale South. And therefore, I thank the chiefs behind me and the people of Tamale South for giving me religious trust to keep the seat. So you can think minority leader was just an opportunity to serve. Those 7 years, my footprints are there and they remain there.
Chairman, that would end my questions. I shall conclude. I shall conclude with some few remarks that would not be outside of this domain. Honorable nominee, thank you for inspiring so many people in the political class. Your story is telling. I would urge upon you to get your memoir done as quickly as possible. I know you have some more details you've shared with me. Please let it be known so that the young ones will know that it's not easy to walk this road. But I think that as education minister, if you get a nod, the key person to work with will be your finance minister. And I know the good relationship you have with Ato. If he's proving stubborn, call upon me. I will do him A2 for you, and then he will do the needful. But let me thank you one more time. The committee is here to take a decision on you, by the way. So approve. We have approved it. Approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ranking member. May I have the pleasure to announce the presence of a list of visitors here to give moral support to the Minister Designate for Education. Mary Safua Yeboah, a spouse of the Minister Designate. Baba Mama Dubawa. Nantongna Ibrahim Mohammed Nyangpal Na. Please, I am going by the list that I have. So what is here is not Nyangpala, but it's Nyangpal Na.
That's correct. That's correct. You are correct. This is a wilder man who is trying to teach you that. That's why you are suffering.
4. We have Ibrahim Ziblin, Lamashi Lana. We have Andani Mohammed, Tugu Lana. We have Bukari Yakubu, Kasul Lana. We have Mahama Al-Hassan, Bamvum Bam Lana. We have Dr. Jacob Yakubu Mahama, Zimbalun Na. We have Husseini Nyabawa, Tamale Dakpema. We have Idrisu Mohammed, Sakap Na. We have Sintaro Mahama, Sakoya Na. We have Dr. Idrisu Sulemana, Principal, Tamale College of Education, brother of the nominee. Alhassan Abdul Rahman, Chief Executive, Rahman Group. Dr. Atik, Chief Executive, TTH. Mohammed Abdul Salam, Regional Secretary, NDC, Northern Region, and Chief Executive of NLA. We have Dr. Idrisu Muntawakil, neurologist. We have Alhaji Sulemana Abdul Rauf, Constituency Chairman, NDC, Tamale South. We have Dauda Mohammed Jawara, Belegu Lana. We have Abdullahi Rami Nyashi Na. Then we have list of officers from the Ministry of Education. Mrs. Mamle Andrews, Chief Director. Mavis Asari Donko, Director GA. Inusa Shazu, Director PBME. Benis Mpere Jechi, President, Ghana National Education Coalition. Dr. Aisha Akrofi, President, Ghana National Association of Private Schools. You are most welcome. Honorable members, let me state the fact that the Minister Designate is my classmate. We were 2002 law school batch. So we are about 23 years standing at the bar. I intend not to ask him any question, but to congratulate him on his nomination as the Minister Designate for Education. I strongly believe, if given the nod, he will discharge his responsibilities diligently and reliably. On that note, Honorable Minister Nominate, you will surely hear from the committee. Thank you for attending. You are discharged. Our next nominee is Honorable Eriko Puku, Minister Designate for Food and Agriculture.
You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Through every step of life's unpredictable journey, every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured. Having impacted over 200,000 lives, processed over 4.2 million claims, partnered with over 400 corporations, paid out over 836 million Ghana cedis in claims, contracted over 1,600 healthcare facilities nationwide, and pioneered several innovations like free medicine delivery, an interactive mobile app, and more. You'll be surprised what can be accomplished in 20 years. We're part of the Nationwide family. Are you? Nationwide Medical Insurance, 20 years of leading the way.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
That's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV. GoTV. Love it.
The winner! Looking for a seamless shopping experience? Welcome to Franco, where everything you need is just a click away. Shop the hottest deals and unlock amazing discounts on our products such as mobile phones, refrigerators, washing machines, Franco air conditioners from 1.5 horsepower to 2.5 horsepower, Franco television from 32 inches to 100 inches, CCTV cameras, laptops, and many more. Download our easy-to-use mobile app. Visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Call the numbers on the screen for any assistance and enquiries. Franco, home of quality mobile phones, accessories, and your home appliances.
through every step of life's unpredictable journey. Every moment counts. That's why you need a partner you can always trust for solutions, so you can be rest assured. Having impacted over 200,000 lives, processed over 4.2 million claims, partnered with over 400 corporations, paid out over 836 million Ghana cedis in claims, contracted over 1,600 healthcare facilities nationwide, and pioneered several innovations like